Oops, no, 8:30.
I almost did the same thing.
Yeah.
County Budget Committee meeting mid-year. Stand with the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. And first item on the agenda is opening comments, and for that, I will turn it over to County Administrator and Budget Officer Nick Lelak and CFO Robert Tinnell.
Great, thank you very much, Chair Pfister. Welcome, everyone. Good morning to our mid-year Budget Committee meeting, and welcome to our newest member.
Yes, welcome, Dave. Thank you very much for joining us.
We really appreciate your being here and appreciate your service on the committee. Thank you very much. I'll just also note as we kick it off that our Budget Committee member, Christina Clark Endicott, is online, and so we're going to be mindful, and we're going to be referring to our media extraordinaire in the back, Eric Briand, to let us know if she has her hand raised so that we're able to call on her during this morning's meeting. We do have a full agenda for this meeting. This is an optional meeting. A lot of local governments don't have the mid-year Budget Committee meeting, and we do. We think it's a really important opportunity for us to check in on how our budget's doing for this fiscal year, and as we begin to think about what the major issues are to inform our budget development process for the next fiscal year. And of course, right now we're thinking about that fiscal year that begins in fiscal year 2027 on July 1st of 2026. A theme this year is the theme of transitions, and the commissioners are hearing me say this with increasing frequently. Of course, the notable transition we have is the Board of County Commissioners expansion from 3 to 5 members. But as we look at a longer time horizon, beginning last summer, we had 3 really important department heads turnover. We hired a new human resources director, and of course, that's such a critical department head for our team, and we'll talk a little bit about the wage equity piece this morning, but that's just one of the many projects that our human resources director is leading, along with all the other duties with that position. Our 2 largest department heads, our sheriff's office, we have a new sheriff, Sheriff Rupert, and our health services director, Holly Harris, and both attended yesterday's board retreat, and today we'll hear again from Holly. So 3 really important department heads turned over last summer. Now we're in the process where we have a new Fair and Expo director starting in early February, and we're recruiting for a new solid waste director. So those are positions that we are filling right now. And then, as we know, our county assessor, Scott Langton, has announced that he will retire and not seek re-election this year. So a lot of changes in leadership at the county that are undergoing right now. So that's just, it's one of the themes we want to just be mindful of. Additional themes today, and this is a carryover from last year of limited growth going forward. Last year was limited growth and focused savings. We're carrying forward that limited growth theme this year. Last year, we achieved that together through a lot of decisions to eliminate vacant positions, reduce materials and services, among a number of other changes that really resulted in very minimal, if any, impacts to county residents and visitors. I'm not going to say there weren't any, but with minimal impacts in the past year. At the conclusion of last year's Budget Committee meeting, we collectively acknowledged that this year would likely be more challenging, and we are going to see more challenges this year. And we knew that was going to be carrying forward. We didn't realize maybe to the extent that there may be state funding cuts in addition to the federal funding, either reductions or complete cuts. So this is a year where we may see a reduction in some services, and we're not going to dive into those this morning. We'll identify those and talk about those throughout the budgeting process and with the Budget Committee later this fiscal year in May. At the same time, we are budgeting for, and we'll talk a bit about this, about a $350,000 set aside for special requests from departments, and we expect to receive some very compelling special requests in that process. The budget committee will be in a position to decide on. The overall theme is, of course, going to be fiscal discipline. I've been with the county for over 17 years now. I have seen us budget conservatively in my entire tenure here. And so I don't mean to be suggesting that fiscal discipline isn't something we've exercised in the past, but it's just something I want us to be particularly aware of today and going forward. So we look forward to a robust meeting this morning, discussions. And as the county's budget officer, I will be listening very carefully for your input and direction as we begin the process to develop the fiscal year 2027 county budget. So with that, thank you very much. And if I may, I'll turn it over to our Chief Financial Officer, Robert Tintel.
Thank you, Nick, and good morning, everyone. It's nice to kick off this first, kind of like the official kickoff of the budget season for us internally. And so it's great to have this meeting here today because it provides insight and preparation for the proposed budgets and in developing materials for the budget committee for when we come back during budget week in May. I do want to welcome again Dave Cosper, so thank you for joining the budget committee as well. I would like to also thank Cam for continuing as our budget manager. We have consistency in the full budget team this year, which also helps our county with the consistency, along with Dan and Laura. You'll see them on the side here, providing support and assistance, and along with admin. We started the budget process almost right after we adopted last year's budget, and then the fiscal year ended, and we kept waiting. Well, what are the end of the fiscal year 25 numbers for, or the previous year's numbers for the 26 budget? So we're always thinking of the budget. It's almost like it's a year-round process now, and especially in the financial times where we are exercising our fiscal discipline and making sure we're meeting the projections and looking at the forecasts. And the budget team is doing a great job keeping us updated on that. I do want to start off by also doing a public service announcement. I think last year I might have shown you the GFOA article this year. Just released a press release this year. It's our PAFR, Popular Annual Financial Report. And especially, Dave, for you as a new member, this is just about a 12-page document that summarizes and highlights the actuals, the actual documents, actual numbers from our fiscal year 25, because it takes a while to produce it. That is a summary of the ACFR, which this was just published in December as well. It's about a 300-page document of our county finances. And today, as I mentioned, is the beginning of our budget. And this is the budget document. This is the end result of what we're all working here today. As you know, in May, Nick will present the proposed budget, and then the budget committee will have an opportunity to provide input and insight and changes for that. The budget committee will approve it. Finally, the board will adopt it. The reason I bring all three of these is it's kind of like the financial circle of life, right? It starts with the budget, then we get the ACFR, and finally we publish the PAFR. So it's the beginning of the process of a long journey for all of us and our staff. So thank you for joining us. Another item, a few years ago, we started, I think, really introducing the term structural imbalance, because that's when we really came to know that where our ongoing revenues need to meet our ongoing expenditures. They have to line up. Otherwise, if they're out of whack, that's a structural imbalance. And the county and the budget committee commissioners have done a great job of keeping us structurally in alignment. Another term that I just want to introduce, and we've used this term quite a bit for many departments, but this is a tool that many new departments are starting to have to use to balance their budget, and it's vacancy savings. And this tool is new for some, although some departments, Sheriff's Office, Health Service, has been using this tool for quite a while. But this term, vacancy savings, and budgeting for vacancy savings is actually provided by GFOA, the Government Finance Officers Association, as recommended guidance that to have it's a realistic budgeting tool for personnel costs. As you know, personnel costs are one of the largest expenditures for many government organizations, and it is for us. And so really looking at your personnel costs is really important. So overestimating the budget has a cost as there are less resources to fund other priorities, but budgeting too much in personnel costs can erode trust in finance and budget function, both internally and externally. Just a few comments from GFOA. So their recommendation is for effective budgeting of salaries and wages, that every government should consider forecasting procedures that would result in more accurate expenditure projections, especially as they relate to personnel. So specifically what they recommend is determining what your baseline is for your personnel costs, looking at not just wages, but your total benefits, which we do very effectively here. And then also adjust the baseline for factors that may impact personnel costs. So that talks about if there's attrition, early retirements, just regular turnover that you have, because not all positions will be filled 52 weeks per year. So expected vacancies need to be addressed in the salary budget. So what they're recommending is if you always budget 100% of your personnel costs, in a way you're potentially overinflating your budget. So it's natural to build in, based on data and history, look at the data and see where do you have typical vacancies and a savings and build that in. So that will be a term and a focus that as we're working with departments, it's one tool that they have to help align their budgets, to streamline them. It doesn't mean we're laying off people in those. It doesn't mean we're not allowing them to fill them. It means let's budget. It's a negative personnel cost in your budget to offset and to recognize that you will see some savings within your personnel budget. So it's one of the tools that we have, and we'll get into the details of the budget.
So Robert, with that kind of framework, we wouldn't try to say we have less FTE. We would say these are the FTE we have, but then there would be some kind of tracking of basically, well, are we paying for 0.9 of that FTE, or are we paying for that whole FTE in this year?
For example, as you know, for example, in the sheriff's office, their total number, it was around, say, I'll just round 300. If they had 300 FTE fully budgeted, yet they know they never filled 40 of those positions, so they would budget all the personnel, 300 personnel, but then there's a contra account and offset, a negative personnel line in personnel savings, where they would put the amount of savings for the personnel costs they know they're not going to have as a negative line. So the net is lower. You're still keeping in all your personnel that you need, but you realize there always typically is savings. And we do have a history for every department of what is their unspent funds every year, what is their vacancy savings every year. As you know, as we present to the board monthly, typically we have a 10% overall countywide, about a 10% vacancy savings. Now we know some of those were positions that were vacant, held vacant, like by the sheriff's office. But even with that, so we know there is a 10% vacancy rate. So if you do that, then when you look at your budget, well, for my department, what is my historical vacancy savings or my savings in personnel costs? So you can absorb that and not budget your full costs. And it's not an actual reduction in FTE or services.
Although you have to watch, because that penalizes you for success if you actually do manage to fill your organization. And you also have to back that probably with contingency.
That is correct. Yes. And the goal isn't to not fill the positions or not have them, but it's to recognize in the process that there's a natural savings every year for most, not all, but for most departments or funds.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and then yesterday we had the sheriff sharing information. He said he had 239.5 FTE currently with a 251 total. So, he did dial it back by about 11 positions or whatever recently. So he's really getting real focused on that number.
And again, that's a department that had, especially in the last couple of years, they used vacancy savings to balance their budget because they knew they weren't filling all their positions.
Right.
And now they're getting closer to the number of FTE they're allotted being the number of FTE that they actually have.
Yes. So in
A little
summary,
bit of cushion.
yeah. So that was just a term. Again, we just wanted, because you will hear from departments when we get to the budget week, and that is a tool that we are going to have to speak with during budget development with the departments about how to effectively utilize it, not overutilize it, but effectively utilize it for in their budget. So in summary, we will continue monitoring the forecast of the budget team, maintaining a structural balance and ensuring effective budgeting practices by exercising the fiscal discipline as we have in the past and as Nick mentioned as well. So we do welcome the conversation today and the insight. And with that, I will turn it back over to the chair.
Okay.
Then one
Yes, sir.
request is, could we get a printed copy of that popular annual financial report? You know, because I've seen the electronic now, I just haven't printed it out, but I mean, it'd be good for all of us just to have a printed copy.
Absolutely.
Okay. Any other questions for Nick or Robert? At this time, we will open to public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any public comment online? All right. We will then close public comment and we will start 3 minutes early on our budget committee roll review and budget calendar. And yes, sir.
Great.
Chrisanna, good that you raised your hand. Welcome, and hopefully the weather is good for you and warmer than it is here. What did you have to say?
Good morning.
Good morning. I was testing my microphone and my video to make sure that you could see me and hear me if I spoke. Do you see and hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome. That's it. Thank you.
Good to see your smiling face. All right, Cam, take it away.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Just want to echo the words of Nick and Robert. Thank you, Budget Committee, everyone, for joining us today on your Friday, carving out some time. We appreciate that. And so actually, Eric, if you want to go ahead and queue up the PowerPoint, I'll just jump right into our agenda for the day. Okay, so today, I just want to go through what we plan to discuss. So I'll first go over just Budget Committee role review, just a reminder of what the Budget Committee's role is. We'll take a look at some important dates on the budget calendar. And then I'm going to go through a county finance update. So looking at where our finances are kind of mid-year in fiscal year 26 for certain items, as well as some assumptions that we're already making as we move into the fiscal year 27 budget development. And then when we met in May, we discussed how we knew that there were going to be impacts to state and federal funding revenue. At the time, there was a lot of unknowns. There's still a lot of unknowns, and things change daily, and as health can attribute to or can attest to, sometimes hourly. And so we are going to hear from Health Services and our Roads Department today that both of those departments have a large chunk of their funding coming from state and federal. They're just going to give us an update on the status of some of those funding sources. And then we'll also hear from Juvenile Justice regarding their state funding status, as well as along with some recommendations that came from a work group that they convened to help them optimize their operations. And so we'll hear from them later. Okay, so I'll just jump right into the Budget Committee roles and responsibilities. So this all comes from the Oregon Department of Revenue, the Oregon Local Budget Law Manual. So what does the Budget Committee do? So the Budget Committee receives the budget document, which is the proposed document, which is what Nick, as the budget officer, will put forth when we meet in May. Here's the budget message. Hears and considers public comment, discusses and reviews the budget as needed, approves the budget, and approves the property tax rate. Just some Budget Committee reminders. It's actually kind of far for me to read. I'm gonna have to look at my version. So again, this comes from the Oregon Local Budget Law. So committee members may not discuss or deliberate on the budget outside of a public meeting. The Budget Committee may meet from time to time throughout the year at the governing body's discretion if it's a public hearing and it's noticed. So just like today, we're meeting. It's an informal meeting, but we've noticed it, and we're holding a public meeting, and so that's okay. Requests to staff for information should not be beyond that required for revision and preparation of the budget document. And then an internal policy is that if a request for information is estimated to take longer than 15 minutes to complete, the majority of the Budget Committee members must approve the information request per county practice. Another item is if you could direct all of your questions to me as the budget manager. This way I can make sure that when we're responding, we can respond to the full budget committee so that everybody is receiving that information at the same time. As you all know, you've been issued county emails, and that's related to public records requests. And so please use your county issued email address. Don't forward county emails to your personal email. And then I'm just asking if you could check your county issued email frequently. Frequently, I would say, you know, outside of our busy times, maybe once a month, if we're leading up to like the mid-year budget committee meeting or budget week, maybe check that more frequently, you know, once a week, just to make sure that you're getting any updates or links to information that may be important for those meetings that are upcoming.
So just as a question or comment, if we're not talking about the budget outside of local meetings and we have a budget member that is interested in something that might take time, what's the mechanism to get a majority? We can't talk as a budget committee because that would constitute a quorum in a non-notice meeting. So what's the mechanism for somebody requesting something that the budget or that they might want or need for information on the budget?
I mean, I think it would still be okay for that person to email me as the budget manager, and then, I mean, Robert, feel free to weigh in, but then I can reach out to the budget committee, confirm that the majority of the committee wants this information, and then we can proceed from there.
That's workable. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I wanted to make sure that there was a mechanism that was approved and wasn't violating anything that we want to do as either volunteers or as county commissioners.
Yeah, thanks for asking.
So I'll just say, I mean, I support this, scenario. We want our budget committee members to be informed and comfortable with the information. But it's just kind of cutting off at the pass, that concept that a budget member shows up at some department and starts asking questions and just spends a half a day with somebody. And it just can get really awkward for staff because we're not tasking, we're not, we may be looking for education, but there's some authority in this budget that we talk about. So it's good to have a process in place and acknowledging who's asking what and what information, especially sharing with the other budget committee members.
And can I just clarify that, quorum rules for the budget committee? I mean, this is a committee of 6, so
Yeah,
quorum would be 4.
To be clear, we're not going to be conducting any, meetings via email or anything of that nature. So if Cam would receive the question, please. And then there are a couple of meetings, and she'll talk about these in just a moment, where the board is meeting and the budget committee will be invited coming up with Healthy Schools or the Economic Development for Central Oregon. So there are those meetings where if we have the requests, one of us can raise them at the board level, because that would then be 3 members of the board plus the budget committee member would have requested it. So we'll make sure it's all public, transparent. We're very, very mindful of public meeting law.
Mm-hmm.
And I was going to add, and typically that guidance from the RS and recommendation, it really is around budget week when we are together and a lot more requests come. So it's not typical in our experience, although it could occur, that we get a lot of requests. And then when the requests do come in throughout the year, then sometimes it may seem like it's a larger project, but if we already have the information, it's easy to disseminate. And so there usually are quick items, but it is just to be mindful of that it would require formal action, as Nick mentioned, if something did happen, but typically it doesn't. And usually it's during budget week. And then we're meeting during those 3 days and we have the quorum already there as well.
Just one other note, I did sit down with Mr. Cosper and we just compared notes. I was able to hand him my published budget from last year and the ACFR because it was right after that. So just those published documents, I'm sure he was able to flip through them. So those are wonderful documents to be able to understand the organization, the scope of the budget. And as I say, I always go back to the back section of that annual consolidated financial report, and the 10-year trends are just amazing to look at. The FTE per citizen population, the total debt load, the trend of the budget. There's just all kinds of interesting information in there.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we couldn't find a time to meet prior to the mid-year meeting, but I will be meeting with David next week to do a budget orientation, which will just a little bit more of a deep dive into county finances to get him up to speed.
That's very clever, because then it's too late for him to back out.
That's right.
You're on to me.
Okay, moving forward, if we don't have any more questions or discussion, looking at the budget calendar. So some important dates coming up. You should all have this in your county email Outlook calendar, but we've set the budget week already. That's May 12th through May 14th. We're currently scheduled to meet from 8:30 to 5 every day. Some other topics that will be presented and discussed in the January and April timeframe at a regular Board of County Commissioners meeting. I know in the past, Budget Committee members have expressed interest in hearing updates from Healthy Schools program. Originally, she was going to go on January 21st next week, but I just heard from her that actually that's getting moved to January 28th. But I will send out the agenda once that's published. And then Economic Development of Central Oregon and Visit Central Oregon will be giving the Board of County Commissioners their annual updates, and that's scheduled for April 1st. So if that's something that a Budget Committee member is interested in, we'll be also sending out links to the agenda for those meetings as well, and you're welcome to join online or in person. Okay, so moving into the county finance update, which I mentioned, we'll just review some our finances to date, as well as some of the items that we're considering and incorporating into our fiscal year 27 budget as we kick off the budget development for that. So I'll first move into property taxes. We talk about property taxes because they are a large source of discretionary revenue for the county. It comprises 84% of the general fund's revenue and the majority of the revenue for the sheriff's office and 911. And so this is just a table that summarizes everybody's authorized rates, and it's kind of hard to see from here, but hopefully you can see it okay in your packet. So we have, our county permanent rate, countywide law enforcement, extension 4H 911, and then we have the rural law enforcement, and we've listed some of the other service districts as well. Sun River, Black Butte is included in that. So everyone has an authorized rate, and then I've listed what we've levied in fiscal year 26, which, with the exception of 911, everybody is levying their full authorized rate. 911 is the only district that hasn't fully utilized that levy. And then the other columns just show what we budgeted for property tax revenue and what we actually anticipate property tax revenue to be.
So I was a little confused on that, because if I look at the county permanent rate, your estimate is 2% over your budget. But then when I looked at countywide law enforcement and 911, it was only like 0.3% over.
Yeah, and those assessed values, sometimes they vary a little bit between the countywide and the rural.
But those are all countywide.
I'll have to take a look at that. I'm not quite sure, but
Yeah.
I can get back to you.
I'll show you on the break. And again, I'm very jealous of 911. They're managing to hold it. Good job, Sarah.
Yeah, and I didn't mention this, but we consist every year we update their 5-year forecast. Actually, we do it more than once a year, but we take a look at when we think they might need to increase that levy, and their most recent forecast shows that they won't need to increase that levy for another 5 years.
I recall that from the projections. Again, good job, Sarah.
Okay, so moving into assessed value growth. So the change in the assessed value growth is what drives the amount of property taxes the county receives. And so in fiscal year 26, we actually budgeted 4.58% assessed value growth. It actually came in at 4.9, so it was higher than we budgeted, which we typically like to budget as conservative as possible around this metric, just so that we don't find ourselves in a situation where we've budgeted higher property tax revenue and then it ends up coming in lower and we have to potentially go back and make budget reductions. Just looking at a 10-year average of our assessed value growth, that's 5.3%. For now, we're assuming roughly the same assessed value growth as we did for fiscal year 26 for fiscal year 27 at a 4.57%. I will connect with Scott later in the end of January, early February, once he has more data, and just validate that we want to go ahead and move forward with this number. But for now, we're assuming a 4.57%. As I mentioned, we try to budget this assumption as conservative as possible, and it does get noted by Moody's rating agency as a best practice. There's a little bit more information on assessed value, but this chart gives you an idea of what the market value is doing in relation to assessed value. So even though the market value has increased significantly since 2016, growth in property tax revenue is constrained by the Oregon Constitution and ballot measure 50, which restricts the annual increase of assessed value to 3% on existing structures. Obviously, there's new construction, and if a district implements a new local option levy or increases their rate, like those things can change, but the assessed value is constrained to that 3%.
And Kim, I pointed out yesterday, I just got my 1099 yesterday from wonderful Wells Fargo, and my property taxes have doubled in the last 10 years. So,
Yeah, and that's a combination of that 3% every year.
and then all the things
added
that were
levies.
passed,
Yes, all the
Yes,
things that
the
voters
library,
pass.
et
Mhm,
cetera.
Exactly.
Well, one of the really big things to remember for rural residents is the dial-up of the assessed rate for the sheriff's office that we had to institute because our prior sheriff was being fiscally irresponsible for a number of years. So I hope you're thinking about that significant chunk of increase when you're talking about doubling of your taxes.
Well, it's doubled significantly. So, when you talk about people on fixed incomes that live in our community, they're definitely being impacted. Their income is not going up like the property tax bills are going up.
I mean, I'll back you. That's on the rare occasions that me saying I'm a member of the budget committee doesn't end any party conversation. There's a general comment that, my property taxes are going up. What are you doing? And the answer is nothing. We're all doing it because we're voting for
We're
these
voting
tax
for those things.
increases.
Exactly. Yes, I know, except for the sheriffs, but it's great to have law enforcement.
One other thing I'll note, I did mention that our assessed value for fiscal year 26 came in higher, and the dollar difference in total for the general fund share 911 is an increase of about 1.1 million in revenue for the county.
It's interesting that the assessed value is tailing off. Now it's significant. I'm sorry, not assessed. The actual market value is starting to tail off a little bit. That's not a surprise, given where we are. But that even if with the market value so heavily above the assessed value, if it's tailing off, that brings out an opportunity for individuals to challenge their assessed value rates. So it is something that probably the assessor's office is tracking.
Yeah, that would be in Scott's world.
Yes, Scott was sharing with us yesterday how in a past period when market values really flattened or declined during the Great Recession, there was a surge of appeals.
Mhm.
And so that I was asking, whether in times of slow growth, the assessor's office work tapered off, and he said, well, actually in that case, we weren't assessing the valuation of a lot of new construction, but there was a surge of appeals, and so net workload there wasn't any workload benefits associated with that downturn.
There's not a plethora of $100 million buildings in Deschutes County from a commercial property standpoint, but commercial property is especially subject to that, and seeing a lot of stories, and especially the bigger cities, as some of the property values tail off on commercial properties. That's a massive hit to property taxes in some areas. So it's luckily we have a diligent assessor's office that can defend that. We just need to make sure that, we're not only collecting for the county, we're collecting for a variety of government sources, as was pointed out in the last budget meeting. So it is something that we need to be aware of, just to make sure that we know if there's something coming on the horizon.
Two other reference points. In 2009, the Park and Recreation District down in La Pine had passed a 30 cents per thousand rate. The first year there was $200,000, but it went down because of the Great Recession before it went up. So we've seen a whole district have less money the next year. I don't know that we're setting ourselves up for that anymore, but we have seen that in the recent history. And I saw that at my house. The market value went below the assessed value for a year, just minimally, but it went backwards for a year before it went back. And of course, it's all gone up ever since, but this can be a roller coaster ride.
I won't spend too much time on this slide. This is just another look at actual property tax revenue that the county receives. So it's about a 7.2% year-over-year average since 2020 that our property tax revenues have increased. So this, in addition to that 3% annual increase in AV, these increases are also attributable to the new construction as well as levy increases for the general fund and countywide law enforcement district and the rural law enforcement district, because all three of those levies we increased to the maximum rate in fiscal year 24. Okay, so moving into health benefits fund. And for the benefit of David, you may not know, we are self-insured as a county. And so we have a fund in place to pay for health premiums. And so I'm going to go through an update on this fund because this is a pretty big component of our personnel costs for the county. So just taking a look at the health benefits fund claims history, as you can see, the green line is the claims, and then our ending fund balance is that blue line. If we look at fiscal year 23 through 25, the average annual increase in claims cost was about 6.3%. And you can see the history where we were sort of just bumping along, and then COVID hit. And then all of a sudden we had all this pent up demand after COVID, and our claims costs went through the roof. And that was, attributable to that pent up demand as well as just the increase in overall costs. And then we saw our ending fund balance drastically decline. As far as claims go, we're working with our health benefits consultant, and they are expecting claims to stabilize. So we've reflected that in our long-term forecast. Right now, we're assuming 9% year-over-year increases within that 5-year forecast, which I feel is still on the conservative side. So we're feeling pretty good about that assumption at this point.
So that's 9% on claims or 9% on the fund itself?
9% increase for claims costs year-over-year.
Ouch.
Yeah, it's still high. So then looking at health insurance rates, so there's two components of the health insurance rate. There's the component that the county pays or each department pays for each FTE that they have, and then the employee's contribution. So in fiscal year 26, department rates increased by 1%. Employee rates increased on January 1st, 2026, so just this past a couple weeks ago, from $95 to $100 for employee only, and $116 to $121 for employee plus dependents. Right now, based on the 5-year forecast, which I'll show you in the next slide, we're planning a 0% increase to departments for fiscal year 27.
So you're assuming a 9% rate in claims, but you're growing somewhere between 4 and 5% on the employee contribution and 0% on the department rate. So where's the balance in that?
Yeah, so I'll go over that. So there are several factors
I
that.
was just helping you move along.
Yeah.
Before we move along, could I just, so this 9% year-over-year increase assumption, can you put that in context with basically the national market? I mean, for many years, the rate of increase of our health expenditures was, essentially we're a lower rate than, kind of the national average. And, now are we just kind of tracking the national average? Are we above the national average, or?
Yeah, I don't have that off the top of my head. Robert, we'd probably have to speak with our consultants to get that information.
Yeah, I don't have the exact number, but the last update we heard is nationally it's in double digits. So by us being at 9%, we are, even though yes, it is higher, it is still below what the national average is because the trend is that, and the phrasing they've been using is double-digit increases in the private sector for those that aren't self-insured.
Another point here, it's always interesting to think, how many covered lives do we have now? Because it's all the employees plus dependencies plus COIC. Do you have a feel for that?
I don't have the number off the top of my head, but I could look it up, or I could have, Laura look.
So it's around 3,000 or some number like that. But my point is, I mean, this is public information, very tangible in Oregon with a, subset of about X number of people, maybe 3,000, whatever the number is now. So for us to see this in this setting is interesting because private markets are dealing with this kind of behind the scenes, right? They're trying to figure out what their expenses are going to be, what the cost of that benefit is, and it's probably lagging this a little bit. So this is real time a lot more than the private market even, I'm thinking.
All right, and I see Chrisana's hand up.
Thank you. So I was wondering, I'm hearing the average for it being asked to get some information about the average for the amount spent. What about the average for the cost to the employee?
In terms of
Their contribution.
their
It was
contribution.
100 and something a month, and
Yeah.
so what is the average for that for an employee?
So it's 90, or it's now 100 for an employee only and 121 for an employee plus benefits per month. That's the premium.
Right.
they
And
pay.
what would be an average outside of Deschutes County? What's Washington County charging? What's Clackamas County charging?
Yeah, I don't have that data right with me now, but we have looked at that and I can get that to you.
That would,
Okay,
that would actually be good to know. Hopefully it doesn't take more than 15 minutes.
No, we already have that data.
Yeah, that should be pretty easy.
Yeah.
We do have that, and we've discussed that, and we shared that with our Employee Benefits Advisory Committee. Provides recommendations each year. We looked at 4 or 5 other counties, both our size and larger, I'm calling in Robert.
Yes, but remember that they didn't really want us to raise it. And that's part of the problem, that we hadn't raised it, I believe, from like 14. I mean, it was at $90 forever. And yet the real world is paying a lot more if you're in private industry. And even if you're, covered by your employer, you're going to be paying a lot more than $100 a month if they're not picking it up in full.
I'll also remember that, when I first came on the Board of County Commissioners in 2021, we were running, a $15 million balance in this account. And everyone was saying, well, that's way higher than that's way higher than we want it to be. And
You got your wish.
yeah, that's way higher than we want it to be. So there's not a lot of reason to charge employees more. So, I mean, it's really that fiscal year 2022, to now period that is making us reevaluate this completely reevaluate the way that we've thought about employee contributions, department contributions. That our assumptions about the year-over-year rate increases, and so I don't know whether it makes sense to kind of pick at not raising the employee contribution up until the last few years, because we were in a very strong position prior to that. I mean, I do, and I also want to say about this 9% assumption, I'm very concerned that casting millions of people off of Medicaid, not renewing Obamacare, health insurance premium, tax credits is going to result in millions and millions of uninsured people who are then, showing up at the hospital with very advanced problematic conditions, which are far more expensive, which they are not going to be paying for, which hospitals are then going to need to absorb the costs of from people who have insurance. So, I would encourage us to think about this 9% rate conservatively, that it might actually be higher in future years, because there are massive changes in healthcare coverage coming in the coming years.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Commissioner Chang. And I will say that, this isn't, this forecast is not something that we set for the year and we never look at again. It's a very dynamic forecast, and we actually meet with our consultants quarterly and we review these assumptions, just so we can make sure that we're capturing the latest on what's happening, because we do know that it is a very dynamic time and things are changing quickly.
It's just, I mean, it's a general observation. If you're pushing the departments to, or if the departments are not bearing any burden in terms of increasing claim costs, that's understandable, because what you're trying to do is trying to relax the pressure on the budget. They're going to be limited in their budget growth, and any increase in health costs is an increase in personnel costs, pretty correspondingly. All that said, you have to make sure that you don't create your own structural imbalance. I mean, I'm trying to remember all your terminologies, Robert. That you don't create any of your structural imbalance, or you don't create a structural imbalance where you didn't need to, where you didn't have to, just because you're trying to make it a little easier on the departments.
But the departments took huge hits the last couple of years. I mean, look what it did. It went from like,
It was
Yeah.
30 something a couple years ago.
a year, wasn't
Yeah, and so I guess to move into, your question about, well, we're keeping department rates at 0, we increased the employees portion by 5%, but we're expecting expenses to grow faster than that. And that is a contributing factor, because in fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25, because we saw that huge spike in claims, and all of a sudden we saw our reserve balance drop down to 3.9 million in
it? It
fiscal
actually went down to 1 million
24.
1 month. It was so bad. Yes.
So because of that, the county had to react, and we increased departments' rates by 30% 2 years in a row. Additionally, in fiscal year 25, the employee benefits, I'm spacing on the term for the advisory committee. The Employee Benefits Advisory Committee recommended to the board plan design changes that saved the fund $1.5 million annually. Also, we saw, during that time, we also saw stabilization of claims. And so because of those three things, we have been able to grow that fund balance back up to ended 12.1 million at the end of fiscal year 25. And just as a reminder, our policy for the health benefits fund is that we must maintain approximately $8 million in reserve. So we're ending about $4 million higher than what's required for those reserves. And so that's why we felt comfortable with a 0% increase in fiscal year 27 to the departments.
It makes sense. And plus they got hit the 30% those 2 years. So that
It's
had to really hurt.
sometimes compounding helps, sometimes compounding hurts. You just have to be careful that you're not saying, well, 30, 31, 5, 0, 0, 0, 30 again. Give the departments a little bit more regularity, and the departments will be able to respond better.
And I mean, it's also, if you look at these blue bars from fiscal year 24, 25 to estimated 26, we are seeing over these 3 years, we're seeing steady growth, getting us to the desired level of reserve, and cushion. And that may indicate that the rates that we have set are adequate, to cover our needs for the foreseeable future. But this is only a short trend, a couple of year trend to base that assessment on, but it is, a couple of years of steady growth in the health benefits account.
We probably don't need to keep dragging on this, because you got a lot more to cover in about 20 or 25 minutes to go.
We do. Just a quick couple follow-ups to answer Commissioner DeBone's question, and I'll channel Kathleen Hinman. The number of belly buttons we have in our plan is 3,555. So it's gone up. And just a little background real quick for the Budget Committee. The Employee Benefits Advisory Committee makes recommendations to the board, and the Board of County Commissioners are the ones who approve the rate adjustments for the employee, and they approve that annually. And so a little bit background on that.
So 3,555, you said? I know that our COIC partner has taken on some of the transit drivers and staff because they had subcontracts with a third party. Now they're bringing them in-house, and that's like 40 people or something like that. But that's, you know, that's tangible to the program also.
Okay, so if we're ready to move along, I want to talk about another component of our personnel costs, which is significant, which is our PERS rates.
Oh, before that, I would just like to say, because Scott is in the room, walking down the stairs this morning, I complimented him. Someone from my high school class actually said, Patty, you have the best assessor in the state. So just want to thank him for his years of service. And, you know, it's really appreciated when I know he has to work together with you guys and we're all in the room. So thank you, Scott. Yeah, Mr. Cossett always said, Patty, he's the best.
You're the same county administrator.
Here we go.
Camouflage.
Okay, so PERS rates are set on a biennial rate cycle. And so at the start of last fiscal year 26, is when we received our 25 through 27 rates. Those increased on average about 4.6 percentage points across the different categories. So for fiscal year 27, our rates stay the same because we're still in that 25 to 27 biennium. We have received the advisory rates from PERS for the next biennium, so that would be starting fiscal year 28. And the base rates are projected to increase an average of 2.89 percentage points, but overall, we're expecting the rates to decrease because of some offsets, transition liability and site accounts, which I'm going to get into a little bit more detail, and member redirect offsets. So even though the base rates are going up because of these offsets, we're actually anticipating that rates will decrease slightly in the next biennium, which is good news. And if there's any detailed PERS questions, I will hand that off to Robert, who is our newest member of the PERS board.
Very good.
Thank you. Those rates will decline for us, not.
For us, for Deschutes County.
Well, and one point of clarification is these advisory rates, as Cam mentioned, and that was based on data through 2024. And so we do know fiscal calendar year 2025 was good, but again, there's many factors that'll go into that, including our wage increase or the number of FTE, which for us may go down, but it's utilization as well. So we will be watching that closely.
Yeah, because it could potentially change, but those are our initial numbers that have been given to us by PERS for the advisory.
So you're going to compound personnel costs in a variety of ways, just not this way.
Yeah. Okay, so site accounts. So a site account creation is basically when an employer makes a lump sum payment to prepay all or part of their pension unfunded actuarial liability, the UAL. So PERS deposits that money into a special account called a site account. And this account is attributed solely to the employer making the payment and is held separately from other employers' reserves. PERS applies the funds towards the employer's UAL, which is essentially PERS debt, which reduces the employer's contribution rate. And those payments from the site accounts are amortized over a predetermined period, usually 20 years. And so the county has 3 site accounts, and the newest one was created just this past October in 2025. In October, the county deposited $5 million and received a state match of $1.25 million. This is projected to provide a rate credit of 0.39% over a 20-year period, with an estimated overall savings of $10.3 million. And this rate credit doesn't go into effect actually until July 1st of 2027, so not until the fiscal year 28. However, the county has 2 other site accounts, one that was established in 2024 and one that was established in 2020. So the one that was established in 2024, 2004. So far, the rate relief has been $13,886,452, with a remaining balance of $1.8 million. And then the other site account, which was established in 2020, which we deposited $13 million, received a state match of $3.25 million, has provided rate relief of roughly $7.8 million, and has a balance of $15.4 million. Is there anything else you would want to add to that?
One thing that comes up a lot is the earnings rate. So on the top one, since 2004, the earnings rate overall during that period has been 8.28% earnings rate of return on that. Obviously, some years, economic downturns, there was actually a loss, but then the year after that, there was a big increase. So through the term of this, we've received 8.8% interest, and that's why you see the interest revenue of 8.9 million in the top one, which helps. And that's the benefit of doing a side account.
So overall, these the side accounts we've created and the side accounts that we just created are going to save the county overall. So it's a benefit to the county.
So then we always had this internal account called the PERS Reserve, and that would started 25 years ago or more, because that was in place when I got started. The 2004 date was, many years ago also. So I'm just thinking back, it must have been a point where you could see this coming. The commitments of a tier 1 employee were going to escalate at 7% no matter what. And so just the choices that happened at this budget committee 25 and maybe 30 years ago put us in this spot where we're really being able to enjoy those benefits now, especially this next account that's coming online in these challenging times. So the history of a budget committee and the choices that can be made here.
Actually, the 2020 account that we did, we were told up to 20 million. We did 13 just to be conservative, and with that match of the 3.25 million. So, yeah, it's nice to see that I don't know, today when we have such a tight situation and yet we have economic gain from doing that. So.
Well, and that matches from the legislature too, right? So they set up these opportunities from the legislature, seeing that that PERS overhead and cost and reoccurring costs were just going to be crushing some of the organizations. But also, there's a trajectory to this too, with the tier 2 and UPSRP opportunities coming down the pike.
So my question about this is, where are we building the PERS reserve from? We've had this reserve account for a long time. We've done these drawdowns to do these very beneficial side accounts. And, with this most recent, which is a great investment, our reserve goes down to, it's pretty small at the moment, but how have we been building that reserve over the last 5-10 years to be able to be in a position where we can do this most recent side account investment?
Yeah, so I don't know exactly when that reserve fund was created, but departments contributed to that reserve fund over those years to be able to build up that balance in that reserve fund. And however, because we contributed the 5 million in this latest site account, we actually have brought that reserve down to 0. So we'll be closing out that reserve fund at the end of this fiscal year because we've used all of those funds.
I think it was done 20 years ago. I mean, we haven't grown that in many years.
We haven't been putting any new money in for years.
Not recently. I have to look back and see when we last charged departments. It was since I've been here, the last 6 or 7 years, I think departments were charged. And then at some point, we reached a level where we stopped charging departments to contribute to that fund.
I mean, one of the, because one of my questions about that is, so if we've been able to use these funds to, to set up these side accounts that are earning good returns, accruing match for us from the state, we want to keep being in a position to do that in the future, and seeing that those side account creations have put us in a position where our rates are actually going to decrease. I wonder whether, basically what we're charging to departments for PERS, whether we could pretend that our rates are not decreasing and kind of use that increment to start to build a reserve again. Can you talk about how those benefits, the slight rate decreases, how does that play out in the way that we charge departments for, for their personnel costs?
Yeah, great question, Commissioner Chang. One thing that even with this recent $5 million that we looked at and the budget team analyzed quite a bit is, should we hold on to this PERS reserve, keep it internally and help flatten out the rates internally, or should we invest it with the state of Oregon, the PERS account, receive the match? And in this case, because there was the match, then it is a good financial decision to invest it with the state and which help offset rates. The balance was at a time when our total personnel costs are increasing, to have an additional increase for PERS side accounts does put additional pressure on the departments, even at that incremental level. So it's better to, in good times, if I can, say that, to add, a PERS, an additional small percent for collecting for a PERS reserve, not at a time when budgets are already pressured.
Yeah.
Then it just adds that additional expense.
Right.
And we'll see how long the state will be able to continue with these side match accounts as well.
Well, they hadn't done one since 2020, had they? I mean, there were no offers in between.
Yeah, between 2020 and 2025.
Right.
Yeah, I don't believe so.
I don't remember one being offered.
Okay, I'll just go over this slide quickly, but between the advisory rates that we've received from PERS, as well as PERS has a tool that's customized for each employer to be able to go in and kind of look at what they're anticipating our rates to be in the future, based on a variety of assumptions, including rate of return and things like that. But this is what we're expecting through fiscal year 32. And you can see we're expecting it to drop down even more in fiscal year 29, and that's attributable to the county paying off our PERS debt. So our last payment occurs, we have a half a year of debt service in fiscal year 28, and then it completely drops off in fiscal year 29. And that's, departments are charged about 1.47%, in addition to the regular PERS rate to pay for that debt. So that's dropping off in fiscal year 29, which is why we're going to see those rates to the departments decline in that year.
And you're referring to a debt play that was put in place many years ago that's finally
Yeah.
coming off the books.
In 2002 and 2004, there were two debt issuances, and they're both falling off in 2029.
So there's a lot of history in the PERS trying to stay above water on this.
Yes. Okay, so the next portion of the presentation is about the wage equity project, which Nick mentioned has been a big undertaking for our HR department. And I'll actually pass it off to Whitney to go over.
Thanks, Kim. I think most of our budget committee members are aware of this project and its scope, but it's complex. And I wanted to provide a brief overview of kind of what it includes, and then we'll jump into a little bit of what the committee will see in terms of budget impact as departments prepare their fiscal 27 budgets. So this is a project that touches all areas of the organization, and it has three components to it. So phase one is our Oregon pay equity analysis, and that's the analysis that'll be conducted every 3 years in accordance with state law. That is underway, and we anticipate that we will have that complete by the close of this fiscal year. So we're getting very close to the finish line on phase one. And phase one includes all employees in the organization. Phase two is our market analysis for AFSCME and non-represented positions. This is a salary study for those positions to make sure that they're being paid in accordance with the county's compensation philosophy. And that analysis last occurred in 2017. Phase two is complete, and we'll talk a little bit about impacts of phase two in a coming slide. And then phase three is classification updates, and that's occurring on a timeline that mirrors our phase one timeline. Phase three is really a reflection of the fact that I think historically the county has had a classification system that was pretty broad. And as we've had transitions in leadership and kind of adapted services, There's been requests from department heads to get a little bit more granular in terms of the classifications that we have. And so we're going through a review with our consultant for this project on kind of where it makes sense to refine those classifications and have more specificity, and where it makes sense to maintain the structure that we've had historically. And so changes associated with phase 3 will be implemented in alignment with implementation of phase 1.
Okay, so looking at the phase 2, which is being implemented, the board approved implementation at the start of fiscal year 27. So aligning compensation for AFSCME represented and non-represented classification with the county's compensation philosophy results in a 4.88% increase in total personnel costs when looking at fiscal year 26 to fiscal year 27. And the total annual impact is about 7.09 million in wages. That doesn't include associated benefits such as PERS and FICA and things like that. 49% of the impact is in health services. And I won't go through the details, but there is a breakdown by service area on how each service area is being impacted from that 7 million. Jim did say I can go until 9:50, but I am going to try to move along.
And I think just to provide a little bit of context for the budget committee members, the phase 2 scope includes 784 employees, so it's a significant portion of our employee population, and that's roughly about 65%. So it's pretty substantial.
So good news on healthcare, good news on PERS, not so good news on general wage equity.
And another component to this, which is why I think we're seeing that it's fairly the cost is fairly high, is the analysis for these positions was last conducted in 2017, so 9 years ago.
One other point of reference is our total personnel costs current year is about 213 million. So just to put it in perspective.
So phase 1, this is just the timeline. So we are anticipating that by April, employees will be notified if they are have been identified for a pay equity increase. There will be an appeal period, and then we're planning on any retro adjustments, which goes back 2 years. So the timeframe we're looking at is April 22nd, 2024 through April 22nd, 2026. Those retro adjustments would be paid by June 30 of 2026, so in this fiscal year. And at this time, we don't know the financial impact of that until we have the data from HR.
No, it's a wage payment back, but does that increase and does that come with an additional PERS contribution and all the other personnel costs that float on top of
Yes,
that?
it does.
And 26 should be able to absorb that?
We will be taking a look at each fund once we know those numbers to see if they have enough personnel savings to cover it or if they're going to need a budget adjustment. Okay, so I just wanted to go over quickly some of the budget assumptions that we'll be making for fiscal year 27. We actually just got our final CPI number. So we take the average CPI from January to December. So for fiscal year 27, we're looking at January 2025 through December 2025. With that final CPI number that was just released on Tuesday, the COLA will be 2.7% for fiscal year 27. As I already mentioned, we're planning a 0% increase for health insurance premium to departments. There's no change in the PERS rates because we're in that second year of the biennium. I mentioned this right now, we're assuming the 4.57% assessed value growth. We sort of typically always assume a 96% property tax collection rate. Working with our treasurer, we are planning a 3.6% interest earnings assumption for interest earnings. And TLT, which I'm going to talk about a little bit more in a couple slides, we are assuming a 2% increase over fiscal year 26 revenue. And along with that, we are planning for discretionary allocations to also increase by 2%.
Why are we assuming 2% increase?
If you look kind of historically on average, well, if you look at last fiscal year, the increase was about 1.3%. And this fiscal year, we're actually planning a 5% increase over our budget. And so we're kind of just striking the balance in between the middle, trying to be a little bit conservative. But we are still waiting for, we've received data through the end of December, which is November activity. But what we're really waiting to see is the data that we're going to get at the end of January, which is December activity. And that may change what we decide to budget for TLT.
I mean, we were flat for a couple of years on that, just to be cautious. So it's nice to have the extra. We can discuss it when we get to the TLT portion, but we need to be a lot more careful about what we do with any extra that comes in.
Yeah, and we'll talk about it more when we talk about TLT, but TLT is a volatile revenue source, as we all know. It's difficult to forecast and project, and so we try to be fairly conservative with our assumptions around TLT as well.
Are you going to talk about ISF somewhere else?
I don't have ISFs in this particular presentation.
Do you have any assumptions that you're starting to base on ISFs?
Yes, we met with the board December 17th when we talked to the board about limiting general fund growth, which I'm going to talk about. We also spoke to them about limiting the growth for ISF charges. And we are holding those the same percentage that we did for fiscal year 26, which is 8%.
Honestly, I think it should be lower than that. I mean, especially when you're talking about departments that are general fund focused, they're going to probably be held to 4.5%. But you could be hitting them with an ISF charge that's going to eat up a significant portion of that. So I'd encourage you to think a little lower on that and make sure that the pain is going to get spread across all the departments, especially the non-direct ones.
Yeah, and the one thing about the ISF charges to the general fund, it doesn't move the needle a lot because for every dollar that the ISFs increase, only about 15 cents of that goes to the general fund. So they aren't picking up the largest share of the ISF charges. So even an 8% increase, while it is an increase, it doesn't have a significant impact on the general fund.
It doesn't have an impact on the general fund, but you're having an impact on the organizations that are getting capped operating out of the general fund. So I'm just going to say I encourage everybody to take an equal hit of pain, and it comes in. But that's what you'll present to us in May.
Exactly. Okay, moving into the general fund. So the general fund accounts for the financial operations of the county, which are supported primarily by property tax revenue. So this is one of the county's major sources of discretionary funds, the general fund. It supports departments such as the county assessor, the clerk, the district attorney, tax, veteran services, and property management. It also provides support for other departments outside of the general fund. The primarily being health services and juvenile justice and adult parole and probation. Sorry, I'm going to move through these kind of quickly. This is just a chart to show the major general fund expenses. So you can see that district attorney, community justice, the assessor's office, and health services really make up the majority of the general fund expenses. So as Robert mentioned earlier, a few years back, the county identified a structural imbalance in the general fund, which means that our expenditures were growing at a higher rate than our revenues. And so because of this, in fiscal year 26, we implemented a budget initiative, which was a series of strategies to help reset that expenditure curve and achieve structural balance and financial sustainability in the general fund. And so in fiscal year 26, we capped expenditure growth in the general fund at 3.3%. ISF charges were capped at 8%. And actually in fiscal year 26, the ISFs overall increased by 6%, so less than that 8% cap. And then we also identified about 1 million of ongoing general fund expenditures that were reallocated to other funding sources. And so between all of these initiatives, we were able to save the general fund 2.5 million in ongoing costs. And because of these initiatives, we were able to successfully reset the expenditure curve. So you can see this green line is what we were facing had we not put in any expenditure limits. And then this blue line is after those initiatives. And so the county overall is in a stronger position to be able to absorb unknown costs or revenue losses in the future. So in December, we did bring a variety of different general fund expenditure limited growth scenarios to the board. The goal was to maintain a ending fund balance after contingency and reserves of greater than zero for a minimum of at least 5 years. And so we brought different scenarios, which was a 4%, a 5%, and a 6% limited growth to the board. The commissioners considered all of these, and they on December 17th, they approved the 4% limited growth. But with this, the general fund was also able to afford within that 4% and stay within the 8-year financial sustainability, another $350,000 of ongoing expenditures. And so for fiscal year 27, there will be this pot of money that's available for general fund supported departments to submit special requests that the budget committee in May will decide how to allocate those funds. And as Nick and Robert both mentioned, this, there will be compelling requests, and it will require fiscal discipline on the part of the budget committee.
That 350 is this year and future years also.
Yes.
So it could be a reoccurring position. And I just think back last year, after the whole budget process, we did ended up adding an FTE for the DA's office, which is that scenario. If it's a $150 or $200,000 fully loaded position, it's ongoing. So that's what we're talking about here.
Yes.
It would be interesting to have at least put a little bit of a thought around a scoring system, because I'm going to venture to say that we're going to get a lot more than 350,000 of
I
requests.
think like 3.5 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10 times that. Yeah.
Yeah, so it would be nice to have some type of at least scoring system or evaluation that you've gone through to give us a little bit of understanding. Because I mean, realistically, we're going to, just guessing, we're going to probably spend about an hour on this, maybe a little bit more in the budget week. There's going to need to be a lot more thought put into it to try and make sure that we're going to make the right decision.
Well, and this is a scenario that we came up with talking about it a couple months ago, and just kind of dropped out the fact that, if we commit to this 4%, then there is a little bit of a buffer that could be plugged into the general fund. So it is a discussion to be had. I know Commissioner Chang, you're not supporting this the way we stepped into this. So it's fluid. This is where the budget committee needs to work together and come up with a decision for Deschutes County. Also, like the district attorney's office and the assessor, there could be big structural changes that happen at the state legislature to backfill the support, because Deschutes County is one of 36, and we've got these common services for everybody. So in the next few biennium, the legislature is going to be a tight spot also. But if they ever wake up and say, maybe we should support those local services on the ground through the county systems, maybe they could provide some major steps of relief. But that's big legislative choices that need to happen at the state.
I want to correct you. I did support the 4% with $350,000 available for special requests. What I added to that, which may be what you're remembering, was I wanted us, as Jim is suggesting right now, I wanted us to think carefully about the way that we scored special requests. And in my mind, I made the suggestion that we actually try to restrict special request opportunities to a couple of departments, as one of the ways to potentially narrow this down. I don't want to pick on the DA's office, but for our new budget committee member, and to remind everyone what happened last year, we set out this limited growth scenario. We told all of the departments 3.3%, and then at the 11th and a half hour, we gave a significant additional chunk to the DA's office. Definitely needed, a valuable and worthy investment. But the net result of that was that while all the other departments were held to a 3.3% increase, the DA's office ended up getting a 4.1% increase. So and that carries, that position is part of the DA's, load at this point. And, without giving any special requests to the DA's office, they are in a much better position, this year than any of those other departments who were held at 3.3% last year. So that's, I do want that to be considered in the special requests for this year. I do think that there are departments that, to kind of get to what kind of criteria we might use. There are departments that can make very compelling arguments about the way that investing in their department makes us fiscally stronger in the future. For example, we had an in-depth discussion with the assessor's office yesterday about how having adequate capacity to address challenges, appeals to people's assessed valuations means that our general fund is bigger. And so that's a compelling consideration in my mind for kind of bonus points in evaluating special requests. One of the other things we heard from the assessor's office that I thought was interesting was, we're trying to hold staffing levels flat, but to do that, we need more infusions of technology investments. Information technology kind of jumps to a new place. And, if you think about that, conceivably, an IT investment special request doesn't carry over to the next year. It could be a one-time investment this year. So that would be another thing to consider in, special request evaluations is like, give us this IT investment this year, this hardware or software investment this year, and we won't necessarily be back for a special, you don't have to carry that through to the next year because it's not a person that is then part of the FTE load for a department.
I just want to make sure, because we got a lot more to cover. I'm presuming that at least half the budget committee or some of the half of the budget committee is going to have a hard stop at 10:30. So I want to make sure that we get through everything. Go ahead and make a
Very
comment.
quick, I want to paraphrase Mary Anderson, who's been in the DA's office for 30 years. She has never seen the murders, the manslaughters that have gone on. We just had 2 the start of the year. The count to date is 23 murder manslaughter cases in our DA's office. So who would have known that just seems to keep going up? But
And
yeah.
it's sunk cost as well. So
That's all you say?
which is fair. My comment to, especially to staff who's going to be presenting the budget, is absent a scoring system, you're going to have 6 of them imposed on you in May. So my suggestion would be, and if you want some help, I'm always happy to help, and I'm sure other people would be happy to provide expertise. But just be very careful because that will drag on this.
Jim, I know we're going over, so I don't know if we want to take a break from this, and we do have road and health and community justice.
Yeah, I know they're coming in. Well, let's power. I'm going to suggest that we power through. I think we can hit the bathroom break at 10:30. Everybody didn't drink too much water, right? Okay. Take like another 5 minutes, but we need to make sure that we're giving the departments their time as well.
They have their time. So I'm going to go through this quickly.
You keep saying that.
I know. Okay, so transient lodging tax, I won't get into the details. We've talked about this before, but we do have these different buckets of TLT, and some of them require that we contribute towards tourism. So that first 6% requires 20%. The next 1% requires 100%, and the newest 1% requires 70% be allocated for tourism. The remainder is what the county has as its discretionary funds. I think I'll probably just skip this slide. Oops, let me go back to the forecast.
I mean, the good news is we're back to kind of a linear projection on TLT.
Yeah.
Sarah, help you keep going.
So as I mentioned, we are planning to grow TLT revenue in the budget, so over 2% over the fiscal year 26 projections. The fund does retain 1.5 million in reserves, and that's to set aside 1 year's worth of debt service payment for the courthouse because the debt service is being paid for by TLT funds. And then after we've made those allocations to tourism, any remaining discretionary funds that haven't already been allocated to other sources. We are planning for those to be transferred to the Capital Reserve Fund as a strategy to fund future capital projects because as we've discussed, the general fund used to contribute to the Capital Reserve Fund, but is no longer able to do so. It's just covering the general fund operations. So right now we're projecting a transfer to the Capital Reserve Fund of about 2.5 million in fiscal year 27. One thing I wanted to point out is Justice Court receives a payment from the TLT fund of about $400,000 a year to cover their budget gap, their operating gap. They are going to receive additional citation revenue from the cameras that were installed in Redmond, and we're anticipating that that revenue will actually shore up their that budget gap and they won't need those TLT funds any longer. I think we're projecting maybe about 50,000, but in fiscal year 27, but it could be zero. So that's good news in terms of freeing up some of those discretionary funds for other uses.
I mean, TLT is an inherently unreliable revenue source. And it's the only revenue source that you really have for, mixing both for the capital, the next couple things for your capital reserve. So it's you're dancing on some pretty thin ice in terms of future projects without talking about how you're going to provide a separate solution. So I think there's probably, I can say it here or I can say it in the capital reserves, there needs to be at least a couple of different proposed strategies for what you're going to do for capital reserves because TLT is not going to be sufficient.
Yeah, the county will be looking at other mechanisms to collect funds to be able to fund those capital projects and capital maintenance, because you are correct that, TLT will not be sufficient, especially given that it's such a variable or can be a variable revenue source.
Well, and this could be especially true if there's any structural changes made to TLT by legislature, which is, I'm sure there's people in the room smarter than me on that. But if there's any type of structural change on that, you're going to see a dozen hands all of a sudden sticking out that you didn't know about.
Yeah, so this slide just shows how we're anticipating fiscal year 27. So we're estimating 13.2 million in TLT revenue. Because of those requirements that I mentioned earlier, 36 of that will be allocated toward tourism. And that's in this dollar graphic. Those are the dark blue sections. So that's Visit Central Oregon and the Fair and Expo. And then the remaining 64%, which is about 8.5 million, is allocated to other uses, so to the sheriff's office, the general county reserve, which I mentioned, courthouse debt, Fair and Expo reserve, some administrative costs, health services, this is for environmental health, and then justice court. But I do want to point out that this assumes that discretionary TLT is allocated the same way as it was in fiscal year 26. However, this is discretionary funding and the board could choose to allocate this differently.
Just a general observation, you're going to have to look, especially because I understand the Fair and Expo reserve goes in, but that's a significant chunk of discretionary money that routinely goes to the Fair and Expo reserve. And again, there's going to be a lot of hands sticking out for that. That's something you're going to need to think about.
And just to speak to your note about the legislative action right now, what we found out the other day that the flexibility in allocating TLT that would be provided by that bill that is likely going to pass only affects this last 1%. Yeah, all the rest was predates the period of that the bill affects. So yeah,
so your flexibility could smoke one specific department.
Yes.
Keep going.
Okay. So capital reserve forecast. As I mentioned earlier, this is just to illustrate that the general fund will not be able to contribute to the capital reserve fund at the same level that it has in the past. So I'm showing actually that it won't be able to contribute anything. And as I mentioned, the only source of revenue for future projects currently will be coming from the TLT fund. This is just a look at our capital reserve forecast. The last large expenditure that we're anticipating will be about 3.5 million in fiscal year 27. The timing of expenditures may change around this DA remodel project, but overall the cost is staying the same at 4.5 million. However, this forecast doesn't include spending on additional projects because the county hasn't necessarily prioritized or approved any of those projects. But after the DA project in fiscal year 27, the balance will be about 12 million. And then the only source of revenue coming in again is the TLT. And then that green bar, the expenditures, that's a transfer to the capital, general county projects fund for capital maintenance, which is about $700,000 a year.
I just get the general impression that the conversation we're having on capital reserve was the conversation that the county was having on the general fund about 5 years ago. So you've got about another year before the panic sets in.
Okay, so lastly, I have an update on county FTE. So on average, FTE has grown about 2.9% from fiscal year 22 to 25. However, in fiscal year 26, we are seeing a 2.6% reduction. And actually just in December, the health department reduced their FTE by 10.35, sheriff's office reduced their FTE by 11, and community justice reduced their FTE by 11.1. And so there were several departments that needed to reduce FTE and personnel costs in fiscal year 26. And Robert mentioned this earlier, but our vacancy rates have held around 10% since fiscal year 22. And this next slide just provides a little bit more detail of all of the FTE adds or reductions by department over the last 5 fiscal years. And so that is all I have for the county finance update.
So you've got a few departments that are that are going to the well already. I think everybody's going to need to be looking at it just especially with personnel costs going up with the wage compensation, with some of the other things that you're seeing, you're going to create structural imbalances unless you can either find revenue, which seems to be difficult, and or cut expenses, which is always difficult. The hardest decisions to make are the obvious ones that suck, but make them anyway.
Yeah, and for health and for community justice, it was sort of a combination of the market analysis and the financial impact of that, along with the state and federal funding challenges that they're facing as well, which they will speak to in their presentations.
Okay.
I mean, to that, I would also say, though, that the funding mechanisms for different departments are so varied that we really can't make a I don't think we can make a blanket statement like that. There are departments that are extremely stable, and there are departments that are, whose funding mechanisms are highly volatile, and we absolutely need to be watching that very carefully for the departments that are highly volatile, and we need to recognize that we don't want to send people into a panic in departments that are.
Which is fair, although 2 of the 3 departments we're about to hear from are probably considered extremely stable, and they're probably about to tell you why they're not. So
I
Holly, why don't you come on
I
up?
wouldn't put these at the top of the list in terms of highly stable. I would,
A couple of years
solid
ago,
waste, for example.
well, which is fair. And if they can set a budget, Holly, why don't you come on up and give us your good or bad news as comes.
Well, you can
Yeah,
sit here, Christiana Clark Endicott.
either way.
Oh, thank you. Good morning. Holly Harris, Health Services Director. Good to be with all of you this morning. I saw several of you yesterday as well. So this is a topic that should not be news to any of you at this point. I've talked about it a number of times, but we do have a couple of updates as well. Sorry, let me.
You might be able to kill that. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, thanks. Okay. All right. So I'm just going to start with the high level overview. This is a very dense topic that I'm going to try to get through very quickly because I know you all are on a time crunch. But I want to kind of just cover the number of threats, fiscal threats that the health department is facing, not only going into fiscal year 27, but also 28 and 29. So first, at the state level, as you know, I won't spend a lot of time on this one, but state agencies were asked to do a 5% budget reduction proposal. What we're hearing is that public health is actually having to do an additional 5% budget reduction proposal. I think at the initial 5%, felt like state agencies could absorb most of that. I think anything beyond that, we are watching very closely because that will likely trickle down to our intergovernmental agreements with the state. And I would expect to see reductions hit us as well if that goes any further. We're hoping state revenue forecast comes in better than expected. So lots of unknowns in that space as well. Federal, if there are additional cuts to CDC or SAMHSA, that would have significant impacts on the public health department. They're heavily dependent upon federal funding to support basic core programming. We had a recent scare just yesterday of SAMHSA being cut $1.9 billion. The next morning, it was all reversed. So we are literally on a day-to-day watching sort of what's happening, where, these are existing grants that we have been awarded that we have staff under work being done. And, at any moment, we're sort of not totally sure where those are going to be landing. So we're watching that very closely. Thankfully, that one was overturned the next day and we're good. But watching that closely, I think also, guidance around how to address homelessness in terms of behavioral health interventions, harm reduction, diversity, equity, inclusion, that guidance from the federal government as it relates to state guidance around those same topics can get a little tricky for us. We're a bit dependent on funding from a variety of sources, and when those don't align, it can put those funding mechanisms at risk. So we sort of are just monitoring. We haven't seen any impacts yet, but paying close attention to that. And then there's just the uncertainty with, lawsuits and where those are going to play out, and grants that we have existing right now that we're not feeling incredibly confident about, but we're watching carefully. Medicaid's the big one. So we have some fiscal year 27 hits that we're likely to see related to Medicaid, and that's related to our CCO contract negotiations. We are knee-deep in it right now. Across the state, we've seen counties take about a 20% reduction in rates. And then we've also seen CCOs pull out of counties entirely. So CCO system is not very stable right now across the state. Our region also is experiencing some instability. So we'll see where that all plays out. We're hoping to come to a resolution that will work for everybody, but expecting to see some level of reductions there. And that will hit next year, or this year, this fiscal year 27. The other big one is obviously around Medicaid, HR1 and Medicaid enrollment. So that would hit fiscal year 27 and then be ongoing into, fiscal year 28 and then be ongoing into fiscal year 29. That's primarily related to work requirements. It's also related to co-pays. It's also related to the requirement to re-enroll in Medicaid every 6 months versus every 2 years. So projections are anywhere from 10 to 40% of people will fall off Medicaid. Obviously, if it's in the 40% range, that's going to be a significant hit to behavioral health in particular, also public health in some areas, but and it'll certainly impact our ability to generate the CCBHC revenue in the same way. So watching that very closely, how that all plays out. Still waiting on guidance. Guidance won't even be coming out from OHA around any of that until June of this year. And then it goes into effect in January, which makes it a very tight timeline for any meaningful infrastructure to be put in place to mitigate the impacts. So it'll be fast and furious for everyone involved. Local. So I think you've heard about some of the local challenges. I won't spend a lot of detail on that. Obviously, pay equity and market analysis were big hits to the health department. And I do want to say we support those efforts. We feel it's very important to pay staff in comparison to the market and to be competitive with the market. So while it will be a big hit financially to us, we do agree it's the right thing to do. So we are working hard to figure out how to mitigate those impacts, get creative with our budgets, and taking a look at everything under the sun to find some savings related to that. Also, the limited growth for county general fund makes it really challenging in that environment as well. So what are we doing? We're doing a lot. We have been working fast and furious for many months now, trying to think about ways outside of layoffs to mitigate some of these impacts. We don't want to obviously start with layoffs, and there's lots of levers we can pull to have an impact on our budget. We're looking at obviously quality improvement efforts that will create some efficiencies in the work that we do. We are looking, as you saw, we reduced already by 10.35 FTE. Those were vacant positions.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you. We're taking a hard look at every vacancy. In fact, we've implemented a hiring pause. So every single vacancy that comes up for the health department has a robust review process to determine whether or not we fill that position. And that was announced to staff just yesterday. And that's in an effort to preserve existing people in current jobs. We are looking for any non-essential expenses, eliminating anything that we feel like we can up front so that we can set ourselves up for success as these future impacts start to come our way. And really looking at maximizing our partnerships. How can our community come together and let's create some new and innovative partnerships to sort of offset the things that may not be able to be done by the health department going forward. With less resources, we aren't going to be able to do more with this amount of less. We're hoping to maintain as much of what we're doing as possible. That's our strategy right now. But the more is not something that we're looking at this moment in time.
Although it's tricky to do that because as you focus on partnerships, sometimes money ends up going with that. So you might not end up saving everything that you thought you did.
Yeah, well, we're looking at partnerships that don't involve an exchange of money. I've had
I like those better.
reach out, and we're just like a lot of us are in the same boat. Is one of the challenges and opportunities is that we're like, how can we do this where it's using existing resources more efficiently? And so I think there will be some really, wonderful opportunities that come out of this as there are with any tough times you go through. One other thing we just implemented is a voluntary option for staff to voluntarily reduce their FTE from a 1.0 to something less. So we have announced that we're going to be doing that. We have worked, I just have to say right now, we have had amazing support from finance, from human resources, from county admin, from our legal department. I mean, you name it. People have really helped us they've all come to the table to help us strategize how to make some of these things happen. So really, really grateful for that support. Yeah, so those are kind of some of the, we're looking at a lot more, but not anything that I'm ready to kind of talk about here today, but lots of analysis happening in the background. Already talked about that. Eliminated the 10. Those are the FTE that we eliminated. So it was across the health department, both in admin services, public health, and behavioral health. I do want to say something about the vacancies is that this vacancy sounds like an easier thing to do because there's not people in them. I will say that there's not one team in the health department that would say that they don't need another FTE, that they're always needing more to do the work that's on their plate. So to reduce these FTE adds an enormous workload to the existing staff. And I want to, acknowledge that because it is still very difficult to do this level of work with less FTE to help them do it.
Well, you're removing hope from the organization, and that's always really hard to keep the organization motivated.
Yeah, and I will say the staff have been really understanding and appreciative of the efforts the department's making to try and preserve jobs, and so are willing to sort of make some sacrifices, but it is still very difficult and painful to have to do more. So here's just, here's just our budget process. So we've had our, in December, we had our budget review and discussion. We eliminated our FTE in mid-December. Next week, both public health and behavioral health are having separate meetings with their managers to go through budget reduction options. Where can we save money? Where can we reduce? What are our strategies and priorities? And then that will come to the director meeting in February where we will be making some kind of more final decisions about our budget. So Cheryl can get everything she needs together to present to all of you along with me. So that is it in a nutshell. And I know that was fast and furious, but I wanted to be mindful of your time and happy to answer questions.
Questions for health? Okay, in our second round of speed dating, we have county roads.
Well, to Amy too.
Yes, you're welcome.
I think we're gonna do something.
Hope so.
Don't you think?
I hope so.
If there was ever a time.
If there
for
was
them
ever a
to-
time.
This
now's
is
it.
it. Definitely. Okay.
What's the sport you looking back?
I like.
You like sitting up there? Yeah?
You can
Down
go
here
sit
with
up there.
everyone else.
Sit up there.
That's all right. I don't want to disrupt the flow.
Yeah, some water.
Chris, your presentation is right after this, so you should be able to just scroll through.
Oh, there we go. Chris Doty, Road Department Director. We haven't met yet. Or
We
maybe
did.
we have in the past.
Hey, we met 12 years ago.
Okay, all right. I thought that might have been the case. Nice to see you again.
Thank you.
All right. So the task was to kind of talk about our state and federal funding. Have three, kind of primary sources of funding: secure rural schools, payment in lieu of taxes, and of course the state highway fund. The first two, secure rural schools and PILT, payment in lieu of taxes, are federal programs that have to be reauthorized through federal action. If you'd asked me a year ago, almost to the day, where we'd be struggling to get revenue from, it would have been the federal side. SRS was kind of up in the air, still not a lot of momentum. PILT as well, new administration, a lot of questions there. The good news is SRS was recently reauthorized. That's less of a financial, win for Deschutes County, more so those historic big timber counties, Lane, Douglas, Klamath. And, so very helpful to those types of counties. But for us, it's an additional $200,000 approximately in revenue that we actually will get back pay for in terms of funding what could have, I guess, a lack of reauthorization last year. So any day now, we should be getting about a $200,000 check to account for last year's. And then when SRS, the actual check comes for this fiscal, we'll be receiving $642,000 effectively, which is a little more than we budgeted. Well, $200,000 more than we budgeted. PILT is starting to get some momentum. It's in an act that's made it through the House of Representatives federally. It's being debated by the Senate. It's being amended. What portions of that act that are being amended have nothing to do with PILT, and it's fully reauthorized. And so I kind of feel that, by the time, we get to preparing our budgets, probably here by the end of this month, it would have ran the gauntlet through its process federally and hopefully been signed, by the president reauthorizing PILT. So feel pretty good about payment in lieu of taxes, arriving such that we can budget for that next fiscal year. We did receive our PILT payment as a part of the last reauthorization for the current fiscal year that we're in. State Highway Fund. So we've, this is a big topic of discussion. I think everyone's kind of keeping track daily over the changes and machinations and what's happening with the referral, the bill being passed. The potential for that to be revoked exists, although there's an email that went out this morning from our lobbyist kind of identifying the fact that not so fast on the revoking portion. It may still, have a referral outcome. But either event, it's stalled, the transportation funding that we put into our modeling, for the road department. We assume there's going to be a level of increase, from the state. But, we're kind of in I described this, I used this word in the legislative committee. I testified before Wednesday night. We're in a bit of a pickle right now.
It's not a sweet pickle either, is it?
Not all the jokes hit with them either.
Chris, is it possible to do a no increase in gas tax and registration fees scenario and if the state actually gets something done scenario?
So as a part of that, the budget process this year, you'll see that. You'll see what we've basically, we'll be stripping out
of the plan, that the 5-year CIP that you approved last year. And then also, some facilities improvements on our site. As you recall, we budget maintenance first, operations second, capital projects third. And so when when the revenue is not, coming in as we hope, it's the capital program, that where those adjustments get made. But you'll definitely see that. So far, I mean, we've stripped out 16 million from the budget for the CIP in the 5-year plan. There'll be additional, probably, like I said, adjustments on some of the facilities goals that we had, for warehousing and things of that nature that will further reduce that.
And before you go on to your next slide, could you just explain the interaction between SRS and PILT for us? So the way that receiving SRS actually means that we get less PILT and it all comes out in the wash.
Yeah. So PILT, payment in lieu of taxes, factors in. It has a couple of methodologies, and you get to you actually don't get a choice. You get the higher of the two. The methodology that we're in now, I think it's methodology B, they describe it as. It's a set of formulas that has a maximum amount, and from that, a county debits out other federal payments. So specifically, secure rural schools, mineral lease funds, other funds that would come to serve transportation are a part of what's debited out. From the start of PILT up to, I think, 2013, we were always methodology A, and that's a flat amount that you get no matter what, because we were receiving enough SRS that if you debited it out, this methodology A was always the higher portion, and that went right into the general fund. In 2013, our SRS was really starting to be reduced in such a manner that now we shifted to methodology B, such that for every dollar we don't get an SRS, it actually is not debited from PILT. And so what we don't get in an SRS arrives in our PILT payment. And so, whereas a lot of federal programs are adjusted for inflation and what have you, SRS over time has really decreased. And, whereas back in the big timber days, we were getting, 4 million a year in timber revenue, PILT hits, we're getting several million. And then slowly that's decreased now to about, $640,000. But to answer your question, it arrives in the PILT payment. And that has allowed the board to historically allow the road department to receive a portion of PILT, whereas the general fund gets some, natural resources gets a fair allocation as well, kind of in recognition of the fact that their SRS funding is going down as well. All right, let's hit these talking points real fast and get out of your hair. Just some reminders and talking points as it relates to the state highway fund and how it interacts with counties and also just how it works in general. Just always like to remind folks that the state highway fund and transportation funding in general, unlike virtually every other governmental taxing mechanism, does not have a built-in inflation hedge. So your property tax goes up as property values go up and so on and so forth. Income tax obviously goes up as well as income increases. The payroll tax increases as a part of that as well. We don't have sales tax, but if we did, more higher value sales, more revenue. So those are built-in inflation hedges in traditional, government funding sources. Our thing, transportation, it's pennies per gallon of fuel tax. It's dollars per registration component. And so those, and how I'm really trying to describe this to folks, we operate a transportation utility, not unlike your power bill, your natural gas, sewer, and so on. And the rate setting authority for the utility that Deschutes County operates is the Oregon legislature. And I don't even think they know that. And so I'm trying to get that information, to them as aggressively as possible. Given certain circumstances that we're dealing with, but they are affecting, the quality of the transportation services we can provide here, when they're not adjusting and addressing that utility rate that just has to be addressed. And so, the end of that speech, what we're dealing with mostly here is inflation in transportation. It's gonna, just the cost of hot mix asphalt has increased by 58% in our county since House Bill 2017 was passed in 2017. That significantly outpaces general consumer price index for, for local inflation and what have you. The construction industry is seeing significant increases. Third bullet, we are highly dependent on the state highway fund, almost more so than ODOT is, as a percent of total revenue that comes into this department for the work that we put on the ground. And so, again, the conversation's been ODOT issues, ODOT, what's happening there. The reality is, we're kind of caught in the wash of what's happening in terms of revenue and investment and transportation. Yeah. So in closing, yeah, we'll bring back a list in the budget process that'll show you, the assumptions we're making, assuming, probably a no revenue increase situation, a mild, perhaps increase, assuming, they can do something in 2027, but we're certainly off the model right now with what has happened, legislatively with the transportation funding.
Okay.
Okay. Any other
Thank you, sir.
questions? Yep. All right.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Davey?
I didn't drink the water.
Yeah.
That's all I did is.
And just to the commissioners, do any of you have a hard stop at 10:30? Tony, Patty, do you have a hard stop at 10:30?
I'm available till noon.
Okay. Well, let's not give her that much time, but
I'm available.
but go ahead and take 10 minutes, Stevie, and make sure that we understand, because this is, I mean, and I caught you in the hall when you were presenting and presenting to the county commissioners your cuts, and expressed my sympathy. Again, I think you're doing a good job trying to figure out what to do with the resources that you have. So I want to make sure that the whole budget committee really gets to hear what you're doing here.
Thank you. Appreciate it. It's a team effort. And David, I'm Dee Holcomb. Nice to meet you. I don't think we've met before.
Glad to meet you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Community Justice Director, and my colleague Trevor Stevens, who's our Business and Operations Manager. So yeah, we'll get to it, and happy to chat with you offline if you'd ever like to hear more background than I'll be able to provide today. If that
I'd like to
works for
do
you.
that.
Okay. All right. So, ooh, that's weird. That's weird. Yes. Font
I don't know why it changed like that.
throwing me off.
Got slides.
Yeah, that was just an intro, quick slide. So following budget approval from this committee in FY26, that we were already eliminating several positions from at that time. Several things happened after approval. One, we had some continued reductions in our detention use. We had some limited but sustained reductions in our adults on supervision population numbers. And then three really big ones, speaking of volatility, we received less than budgeted, so less than approved budget in our community corrections fund, right? Our grant and aid fund from the state. So put all those things together, and we realized pretty quickly that we needed to pursue a plan to create a 5-year balanced budget strategy. So, it's like,
Sorry, Davey, I don't know what's going on. It doesn't look like this at all in my PowerPoint. But
Luckily,
well, let's see.
we've got most of the stuff.
Okay, well, you tell me how I'm doing then. We created, our strategy really had 4 components. One, we needed to look at and realign detention work, which this group had talked with us about at that time. We need to find more money if we can. We need to reduce materials and services if possible. And of course, we needed to look at reductions of FTE, or just how could we be more flexible and smart with the existing FTE that we had. So I'm just going to forget that thing altogether. But look, I got it all. I got all 4 of them. Yay. It's like we've been doing it nonstop.
It's like you've been doing this from memory.
Since May. And then specifically related to this budget committee, at that time, I believe Commissioner DeBone really asked us to dig into our detention program. And we did so upon a formal request from Eric in July, August, we put together a 15-member community group to take a look at our detention services and to see, given limited growth, general fund growth, given these sustained reductions in detention use, what could we do? Do we do the same thing? Can we find some ways to reduce footprint, reduce staffing capacity, but still do it? Or do we have to eliminate the whole thing and basically outsource detention to other counties? So, oh, now that's me up there. That's weird. That's not who there. That next slide there is we did meet with this group of folks. It was a very diverse community group, and I just want to pause for a minute in my limited time to say thank you to them. If you take a look at that in your presentation packet, you'll see who was there. They really dedicated hours and hours throughout 5 different meetings to help us decide what to do. Thanks, Commissioner. Appreciate you looking at it.
Yeah.
Ultimately, what did they decide, and where are we at? If you look at the slide in your packet on page 33, there was an understanding with this group that at this point in time, local detention services are something that is wanted. It's a very important insurance policy for our community, regardless of how much it is being used. And we thought we could find some ways to better make use of our detention staff in helping us with some of our other juvenile justice priorities. So, right, if there's less youth in detention, maybe there's a little more time for them to help out with other things. So that's us being flexible and creative. So that is where we're at. Our local public safety committee, the LPSC, has approved this strategy. We've spoken with the commissioners at different times about this strategy. And what we would like to do is move forward with keeping local detention services at a reduced FTE setting and better integrating with our probation services.
Is it sustainable with the reduced FTE?
We don't know. We kind of need a year and a half to see if it is. The key is going to be if we can truly integrate what those staff are doing with what is necessary in what we call the probation services field of things as well. Not just thinking of detention staff as detention staff. I can't do anything else. But what can we do to help move across?
Some of the strain points are, how safe do you feel with X number of people on the floor with you? How much time do managers have to actually spend actively on the floor instead of, doing management duties? Yeah, with a very lean staff, what happens when people get sick or someone needs to resign or things like that.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, so it's kind of a to be determined. We're looking at it really, really carefully. I'll let Trevor take the next 2 slides and we'll be finished and out of your hair. But it was a very, very important process for us to go through, and maybe important for you all as budget committee to understand that our public safety community and our community members really value the capability and the possibility of having a local detention program. So we're trying to make it work. That wasn't enough. So you think about our general budget moving forward into FY27. There are many other things we also had to do in addition to detention realignment. Trevor's going to quickly run through what those ended up being and where we're looking ahead to 27.
Yeah, so as Divi mentioned, we really kind of started working on things that would make us have and achieve a 5-year balanced budget. And so overall, we estimate about some of the reductions we've done result in about a $2.4 million savings over that 5 years. The majority of the savings in terms of materials and services impacted our adult parole and probation division. In our recent budget resolution adjustment, we eliminated $200,000 in client stabilizations and subsidies, and then we're looking at another $125,000. So that impacts things like treatment, sex offender treatment, domestic violence treatment, housing. Those are areas where we could make some adjustments and try to find other resources. We do have some grant funds that we've utilized to try to look at other potential opportunities for things like housing and everything else, but we're just going through that and what that looks like in terms of those adjustments. We also just recently eliminated 11.1 FTE, and we have 2 more FTE that most likely will be eliminated by the end of this fiscal year. So that would be a result of it'll be 13.1 FTE. And so in total, that is a 13.1. So that's from FY26 to FY27, that's a 13.1 FTE reduction. And so overall, since FY '25, we started out at 88.75, and we are now going to end probably right around 69.9. So almost a 21% reduction in FTE since FY '25. So these are just the positions as they're outlined there, of those specific positions that we outlined in terms of which ones were removed. And so we really kind of focused on better integration of administrative functions. We've consolidated a lot of the administrative functions between both divisions. We mostly operated very separately, but we've kind of brought those together. And I manage that administrative team, and we've kind of really utilized one team for both invoicing, processing, all the administrative functions for both divisions. And then just really looking at those detention positions and how we can integrate them into the operations upstairs in probation services, and utilizing that staff to kind of take on other functions that traditionally we haven't done in the past. So we literally have just launched that effort. And so it's really going to be kind of a trial and error phase to see what really works. But that's what we're kind of going through at this moment, is that kind of looking at that in terms of moving forward. And so we're kind of testing out that current detention footprint. And we're right in the middle of that consolidation integration. And we're just also, we're just now starting to look at the impacts of the classification comp changes that are coming down that. And then we'll be looking at what adjustments we need to make to kind of really ensure that we remain with that 5-year balanced budget over the next 5 years. At this time, community correction funding is not anticipated to increase with this next legislative session. And the OACCD, which is where the Oregon Association of Community Corrections Directors this past week, they mentioned that is likely to stay kind of probably more stable rather than increase over the next couple of years. So we're also continuing to seek out additional funding revenue sources, but with that also comes administrative capacity of when we take on those things, can we provide the administrative support or the administrative grant management that we can do that comes with those additional funds. So we're just really looking at that, each opportunity, and we're looking at each vacancy and just seeing, can we make adjustments or what does that look like? So we're really closely looking at other departments as well in terms of is there partnerships with health or with other, like the sheriff, that we can utilize FT that we have or the FT that they have, and kind of maybe ensure that our clients are still receiving the services that they need, but kind of work together more closely to ensure that maybe we can kind of offset some of those costs that we had previously. So
when you start talking about, special requests or other things like that, it really comes down to, you've got in the range of about actually probably about 3 or 4 months before you get your budget done in terms of experimentation on that. But it's, you're fighting for the survival of an organization at some point or another. And so as we think about our either individual or our combined scoring system, we really need to understand how to ensure that the departments can actually continue to function. And, again, I congratulate you for being innovative in terms of your thinking and appreciate all the stuff that you're doing, but I know it's tough.
It is. Thank you.
Additional questions for community justice?
I don't even think tough is the right word. I mean, it's horrific what you're having to go through.
I was going to say a different word, but not in a public meeting.
Okay, well, it's horrific to me, and I so appreciate what you've done, but undoubtedly there's going to be some unintended consequences to this decision, and it doesn't make sense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's do a quick wrap up, because I know we are over time. We're shoving 7 pounds of sugar in a 5-pound sack here. But from the budget committee, comments or guidance in terms of where we should be directing the budget officer and the CFO? Prasanna, this is a good opportunity for you as well.
Just from a historical perspective, Jim, when you said, looking at where we are with our capital reserve right now, it's sort of where we were with our general fund a few years ago. I want to connect the dots, because where we're at with our capital reserve is directly related to where we were at with our general fund. The Board of County Commissioners elected to institute property tax rate reductions in 2017, 2018. Did not reverse those until 2024. If we had not instituted those very, very small reductions, for me, by the end of it, I was probably saving $15 a year on my property taxes. If we had not instituted those reductions and clung to them for so many years. We could have had $10 million more in the bank, which we could have applied to the courthouse expansion project so that we would have $10 million less debt to service moving forward from that point, which would mean that we weren't in such a desperate situation in terms of our capital reserves, reliance on our transient lodging tax in the current day. So
what's the suggestion moving forward then?
So the suggestion is that the budget committee needs to be very mindful about the impacts of the decisions that they make moving forward.
And we've actually, since 2019, it doesn't go back on the chart, but we added 217 employees since 2019 when I first started. So, and what do we see? That the solid waste now has an additional 24 and they haven't made any cuts. So interesting. Yeah, we added a lot of employees and it seems like we're rebalancing now. But not all departments have rebalanced.
Prasanna, anything you'd like to give in terms of guidance?
Yeah, so everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good, thank you. So I'm gonna have to agree with Commissioner Patty Adair that what I hear from Commissioner Chang is a disagreement with a reduction in taxes. And what I agree with is a reduction in taxes and a reduction in personnel. Our continued increase in personnel has caused us to have increased needs in the general budget. And so I think that we need to continue to look at that as we look at other avenues and not punish the citizens with increases in revenue, but continue to look at all of the ways that we can reduce our expenditures.
Anything to say?
Just reminds us that we're in a probably an enviable position around the state of Oregon. We're still a growing county. We have a tax rate that's kind of predictable and growing. Yes, there's big policy choices that happen. That's what we're here to do, the work of the people. So state legislatures are going to be in a tough spot. We're going to have to respond to that. So I'm proud of this organization and the history of where we're at. And we talked about the PERS reserve from 25 years ago as they saw this freight train coming in a big long-term trajectory. So there's good choices made over time here, and we're setting up for another year. We'll see where we go.
Dave, how's that fire hose?
Yeah, there you go.
Lot to take in, I'll tell you. Like the presentation, very informative, learned a lot today. I think it's always difficult to balance the services that you want to provide with the costs that are associated with that. And I think that's going to be the biggest challenge for all of us. And I hate to see services be reduced because it seems like there's this level that the public anticipates. And it only leads to bad things further down the line unless we've got a good explanation as to why we can't provide that anymore. So I'm going to be looking at things from that standpoint. I'm certainly have a lot of questions for all of you. I've just got to get in and get well grounded on all this stuff because what I don't have is the history that you all have. So appreciate your time and efforts on this.
And, my only general reminder is that this is the county is stewarding the taxpayers' money. And so we just need to make sure that we are being responsible with the money that is entrusted to us. Especially we as citizen members, take that very seriously. I know from talking to the other two. And we really appreciate the effort that the county is putting in on this and making sure that, we can help you make the appropriate budget decisions, but certainly encourage you to look under every rock at this point to make sure that you're coming up with the innovative solutions that you're going to present in May. Any closing thoughts on timeline, Nick, or anything else that we need to cover today?
Schedule more time for our next mid-year budget committee meeting.
I'll write that down and remind you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Another 30 minutes, maybe.
It was a It was a robust discussion as we expected and a very necessary
Yeah.
one. Thank you very much.
All right. We will move to the elected officials compensation discussion, but why don't we take a, say, 10-minute break before we do that? And we will reconvene on that. Commissioners, thank you for your time today. All right, welcome back to those of you online. Chrisana, thanks for hanging in on remotely as well. We've adjourned the mid-year budget committee meeting, and we are now into the elected officials compensation discussion. I will turn it over to Deputy County Administrator Whitney Hale to do introductions and comments.
Thank you, Chair Pfister, and members of the committee. We're pleased to be here with you today and to walk through materials that have been prepared for you for your consideration with respect to compensation for elected officials for fiscal year 2027. But before we do that, I want to introduce our new HR Director, Susan DeJody. We're so pleased to have Susan at the helm of our HR department. She joined the county actually initially in a different role other than HR director, but we became aware of her background and expertise, and we're fortunate enough to have her join the HR team in July. And so we've just passed the 6-month mark, and I can't even begin to tell you all of the things that Susan has accomplished in her first 6 months with the organization. So we're really, really pleased to have her with us. You'll recall that last year we used HR Answers, a consulting firm, to facilitate the elected officials compensation committee process. Given the fact that we have thrown so much at Susan in her first 6 months on the job, we decided to continue that for this year. So Lori Grenia from HR Answers is joining us on Zoom. Lori, I believe you are in participant mode, and our AV operator is going to promote you and ask you to join the meeting as an attendee. If you can go ahead and accept that promotion, you will join us in the meeting, and we'll let you do some, oh, there we go. You've already been promoted. So Lori has prepared the materials for the committee consideration and is going to run through a presentation for the committee before we jump into data. Before I do that, I just want to pause. Susan, anything that you'd like to say or, in support of launching this year's effort?
No, I'm super excited to be here. This is a new experience for me. I do have a big public sector experience, but not doing this particular piece of it. So I'm super excited to be here. And I know Lori worked really hard on these numbers. So I'm hope to see what information we get from today's meeting.
Are you as overwhelmed as I am?
Probably not quite as much, but yeah.
Perfect. Well, Lori, we'll turn things over to you to get us started.
Great. Thank you all again for the invitation to participate in your elected officials compensation, at least the data gathering associated with that. For those of you that I haven't had the opportunity to meet, I am the president and owner of HR Answers. My background in human resources is predominantly in government compensation. Growing up, the majority of my skill set working for the state of Oregon in central compensation and classification. I have been with HR Answers for about 10 years, didn't start as its owner, just intended to be a consultant, and the new adventure of owning a business is now on deck. So I do enjoy the compensation component of it, and this is where Susan probably cringes and says, oh my gosh, ew. But I am an HR generalist. I am certified with my senior professional in human resources certification, as well as am I a certified compensation professional through the World of Work. Both of those certifications require ongoing continuing education to make sure we're up to date with what's going on out there as far as law changes. And I'm sure as many of you have experienced, the laws are not getting easier in the human resource area. They are certainly shifting and changing on a regular basis. But I do want to make sure that we go through and make sure that everybody's on the same page about what the foundation is behind why is it that you get to convene and have discussions about compensation for your elected officials on an annual basis. So for those of you who rode along with us last year, this is going to seem familiar, but we have just a few slides that I will share so that you can all be on the same basis and foundation. So first I'm going to ask, can you see that?
Yes.
Good deal. And then I'm going to change this to a presenter view. And can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So I've already covered that information on the first slide. The things I want to talk about very quickly are governing statute. I'm going to stop and ask if there's any questions for that. What compensation best practices, the data elements that you have in front of you for consideration, and somewhat a recommendation, but also just a statement about what are the comparators. And then certainly we'll move into next steps for you guys to look at all that wonderful spreadsheet information that was provided ahead of time. So the first thing to know is the governing statute associated with this is Oregon-wide. Every county is required to appoint a compensation board of 3 to 5 members. They are to annually make recommendations for the compensation schedule for county elected officials or elected officers. And there's a specific outline of which officers. We'll cover that. They are to review the compensation paid to people in comparable entities. That would be the state of Oregon, local public bodies, and very important here is the "and" of this statement. You are also to look at comparable roles in private businesses. This is where this is why I've underlined the word "and." This is frequently missed in the county processes, looking at private businesses. There's a complete acknowledgement by all individuals who approach this that elected individuals are certainly going to have significant differences in what their level of authority might be or the independence that they could utilize in administering their elected responsibilities. And that will be different than what private businesses have. But our legislature has said we will look at private businesses, and you will see that we have collected data with regards to that. Your board has to take into account the number of employees that are supervised, the size of the budget that's administered, duties and responsibilities, compensation that is paid to subordinates, and other appointed employees who serve in positions of comparable management responsibility. So all of that to say is the law actually follows best compensation practice. And we took into account all of these factors as we were looking at the data for your county specifically. The governing statute does continue to say that this committee has to make the recommendation to the county's budget committee. So this is not done in isolation. There are multiple looks at this. And then there is a line item specific to your sheriff, which is one of the elected officials you're required to look at, is that pay has to be fixed in an amount which is not less than that of any member of the sheriff's department. Now, Deschutes County is very smart and already has a target for compression. That target is that the electeds are sitting 15% above the next down the tier. Again, we'll talk about that because it is germane to one position, one elected role this round. But specific to sheriffs, this has always been an issue over the years in many different government entities here in Oregon where individuals who are making overtime frequently are reporting directly to the sheriff, and that overtime then creates a perception of compression. However, this is focused on base pay, not base pay plus overtime. So again, you guys already have some other policy that helps maintain this, but the law does require it specifically for this position. So as I mentioned, I was going to cover the jobs that the law actually says you have to cover, which is sheriff, county clerk, county assessor, county treasurer, and commissioner. We also, for Deschutes, look at the district attorney and the justice of the peace. Those roles are not required under law, but they are elected for your organization, and we have collected the same data in the same manner for those roles as well. So before I move on from that statutory overview, what questions might you have?
So just to confirm, the compression is a target, it's not a rule.
You have a target. I do not believe that this is written in rule, but I would defer to Whitney or Susan to enumerate on that.
You're correct, Lori.
Always useful to know that before we start debating.
Any other questions?
Nope, go ahead.
Okay. So next up, compensation best practice. And as I already mentioned, the law really aligns nicely with this. So it's not too difficult to navigate through what this looks like. But the very first thing we do is define comparables, which the organization has done. We did not change those comparables from last time. We'll talk about what those are. Considerations of the state, local public entities, and private businesses are what we mean by comparables. And we look at those comparable to duties and responsibilities, the overall budget of the county, and the employee count of the county. So duties and responsibilities is always the one that produces the most challenge. And while the law doesn't get down into the specifics, which thank heavens it doesn't, is 50% comparable enough? Is, any of that? The rule in compensation is that 70% or better of the total job is comparable. Now, what that actually means is that the independence in decision-making, the primary purpose of the responsibility, if supervision is included or excluded from the job, and the qualifying criteria to get the job. And this is where that statement that I mentioned before that typically causes a little heartburn comes up, which is that the law requires us to look at private businesses when we all know that an elected official in carrying out their elected official responsibilities is going to be different in the independence of certain components of their job. To meet the interests of the law, we find the next best comparator and the place where we're probably going to see some differences is the independence in decision-making. However, this is the place where I like to call out, there are two roles typically that are elected that see significant variances in every entity. And they are the treasurer. I don't think you're surprised by this because you guys also have the opportunity to put your treasurer with other employment jobs, other employed jobs for the county, as well as do we typically see a lot of variance for the clerk. And that is, again, because of other duties that might get assigned to that role that are not as typical across every county. My favorite one with clerks is sometimes we actually see clerks responsible for human resources, or we see them responsible for all public records in the organization, not just those that are more traditional to the clerk's office. So there's a number of differences that we may come across. I will say treasurer is the hardest one for your particular county. There is a lot of variance in the comparable counties. And I can't say that in my experience, which is about 12 counties deep of doing this body of work, that it would get any better if you shifted your comparables. It is simply very different across each county. So all of that being said, total compensation does include a few different things. First and foremost, base pay, and we tend to look at the minimum and maximums associated with those, as well as do we typically look at a spread, how much can be made. I will tell you, most of that is not as relevant for elected officials because most of them have a single rate of pay. They are not on a schedule. So in some cases they are, in most cases they're not. This means that if indeed there is only a single rate of pay for a position, that is the rate we are comparing across all entities. So you are seeing single base rate and the fully loaded or the total comp base rate for each role in those spreadsheets. We do look at differential payments, longevity, and other types of payments when they are available, not only for Deschutes, but also in your comparables. And then benefits, specifically retirement and deferred compensation. So we're collecting all of this information. We're also working with your comparative entities to make sure that we have captured the information accurately, so we have confirmation from them. There's nothing planned that we can't see on a website or that wasn't made clear in any of the meetings they've had about a similar topic. So our recommendation this round is the exact same thing as that we did last time with your comparables, that we continue to use Marion, Lane, and Clackamas County. And then for private industry data, 2 different nationwide salary surveys, which are the Economic Research Institute and Comp Analyst. It is a specific tool within Comp Analyst, which is called Comp Analyst 360, which are the nation's foremost salary surveys associated with government and non-government work. They have thousands of contributors, but pulling relative job matching from that, also based on the budgets, employee counts, and then geographically leveled to the Deschutes County here in Oregon. So the committee is required, as we mentioned before, to look at the staff supervised in these and alleviate compression if possible. And again, you have that target of 15%. So using the same comparators every single time not only starts to give you a trend, but it also ensures that what you're looking at doesn't significantly cause deviations or inconsistencies in the comparisons to those subordinate staff, so on and so forth. As you all know, every county has the luxury of organizing however they see fit to get the work done, and there are significant variances county to county to county. Again, this is just one that you continue forward with these recommendations for the comparable entities. Any questions with regards to the data that we've been looking at and who those comparables are?
Just as a net, when you most of the time when you're talking about comparables, you're talking about cross comparables. So we're talking about the counties and the others and the ERI and the comp analyst space. Then when you talk about the compensation of the staff supervised, do you do comparables for all the benefits that roll up as well? Specific programs, or are you generally doing the cross comparison rather than the vertical one?
I think I need you to ask that question again. Make sure I'm getting what you're after.
Actually, maybe the better thing that there was a specific example that I'm coming up with. I know that there are certain departments within the county here, notably the sheriff's office, that offer certain bonuses or benefits to the employees that are not also available to the sheriff. Does that come up in the compensation, and does that also then come up in the compression comparison?
So our recommendations are focused on base pay because the benefits that are offered generally are offered across the entire county for your organization, as well as are they in other counties. The specialty items are more consistently found actually in the electeds than they are in the positions that are reporting to the electeds. I do see what you're saying with regards to that, and there's a couple additional things that I want to talk about as we get into the data that I think will be relevant to your question there.
Yeah, it's more an aspect of it. It's I don't know if there's always possibilities for shenanigans. That's a quote from my fire department. But as you roll in, there's always opportunities in the contract spot to say, I want to negotiate this into a contract for the employees, and that's not going to roll up to the elected officials. It's not a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's just a thing. I'm trying to verify what kind of thing it is.
Yeah, and you are right there. This is a point in time evaluation. One of the things I'm also going to talk about is the fact that the point in time evaluation we're looking at here is as of June 30th of 2026. That is different than what we were able to provide last year. We started this process sooner to be able to start this discussion sooner. What you will find if you talk with the other counties that we're looking at here, as well as many others, they actually haven't even started this process yet. So what is also also missing from this information is any COLAs or cost of living adjustments that will be happening at the base pay level, most likely for July 1st. Now, that data is likely going to be available to us in late March, early April. And so there may need to be a revisit of this data to determine whether you need to make adjustments. Along with that, Whitney and Susan have asked me to do the deep dive on the total benefits or those other components. 2 of the 3 counties have been able to supply that information. The one that I have outstanding is struggling because of a leave of absence that was unexpected. So we are working on getting that information put together to give you a fuller picture of total compensation, which is where we would be able to look in at things exactly like you're suggesting in the sheriff's office. There are times that those things roll up. Our goal is to be able to get you a total picture of what July 1st will look like. But again, it's only as good as the information that can be shared at the time we're collecting it. And yes, you're right. Bargaining could happen on the interim that would add something, which means you may need to look at it again the following year.
And Lori, just to jump in quickly to connect what you just said to a little bit of past process for this committee. Historically, this committee met during budget week, and so the discussion would happen very late in the year, and it was after departments had prepared their budgets, so there was some rework that needed to occur when adjustments were made. Our thought with knowing what we know about what Lori just mentioned related to COLA is we wanted to make sure the committee had the discussion today. If the committee comes out of today's discussion with recommendations, they will be used as the basis upon which to build departmental budgets that are impacted, those departments that house elected officials. Then, if we have COLA information, we will revisit the recommendations from this committee with the full budget committee during budget week in May, similar to the process that we've historically had, but it will allow us to have a little bit more accuracy in our budgets as they're prepared by departments and offices. So it's kind of the thinking of how we envision today's conversation flowing, knowing that we're not bringing you a full set of data related to COLA.
And there's never any fireworks once we take it back to the whole budget committee. You missed last year. It was fun. It is.
All right, Larry, I'll turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions with regards to the slides? We'll move over to the Excel spreadsheets.
Yeah, I think we can jump into those.
Okay, so do each of you have a printed copy of the Excel spreadsheets, or would you like me to share those on the screen as well?
We provided printed handouts to folks in the room.
Okay, so I'm going to open the spreadsheets on my desktop so that I have them to refer to. So on the cover page, or the very first page, the first tab, which is our introduction, we did highlight in red just to keep everybody centered on the fact that this is data as of 6/30/2026. So we have been able to collect information and confirm what it is without COLAs. At this point. You see, we've just listed again the positions that we're looking at: assessor, clerk, commissioner, DA, sheriff, justice of the peace, and treasurer. Population is one of the ways in which we look at those comparisons. These are the updated population forecasts using the World Population Review, which is what has been used historically for this organization. These are, if you're looking at this electronically, each one of these hyperlinks that you see here are active and take you to the information that is suggested there, so that you can verify it yourself should that be of interest to you. I did mention there briefly, which is the second tab you had, the benefits. We are looking at these. So this information that's on the elected officials fiscal year 27 compensation summary of employee benefits, this is reflective of what Deschutes currently has for each of these roles. And this is what I'm collecting from each of your comparator counties. I am also grabbing this information from both ERI and Comp Analyst so that you have that as far as a total comparison. I think you will find, I've already got the first two in Comp Analyst and ERI put together. There are not significant differences, but there are a few what I would call discretionary differences, where maybe a person is provided a car allowance in one county and in the other they're provided an actual car, instead of having that fringe benefit write-off issue. So there's a number of those things, but once we have all that data, we will supply it for consideration. So I'm going to go to the page that says recommendation summary, and we can dig into each of these, but as a snapshot, there are basically 3 roles that probably need some level of attention, and there's a question mark on the treasurer for me. We're kind of on a bubble for that one. The assessor actually looks good when we're doing a base pay comparison. So your target is to be 105% of what the market is. So when I say you're 8% above, that actually means you're 13% above, because that includes 5%. Okay, 5%, you're over your 105% target by 8%. So that looks really good. But remember, we have that compression target of 15%. So we want to make sure there's a difference between that next level down and the next level up. You're at -2%. Once the county implements the market study in late June. So right now, if you went and looked at those positions and you actually get on your website and look at where is that secondary position, it's not going to show that it's in that place, because that increase has not been put in for the next level down position. But on June 22nd, it will be put in. And since we're trying to forecast for July 1st, we included that when we get into that spreadsheet. So this creates actually what's called true compression, where the senior position would fall below the next level down reporting. And so some kind of change needs to be made. And this is why I say up to 17%, because 15% is the target. 2% negative means the 17% would get you fully to target. But the discretion of the committee is what is needed in that one. As far as the clerk is concerned, you are doing fine. You're 2% above your target at base. Your commissioners, and I don't think for those of you who participated last time will be surprised about this, we didn't fully implement what may have been the optional move last time. As far as they were lagging last time, we didn't fully cover that lag. So you are still lagging this time and are now 13% below the 105% target. Your DA is 17% below, and again, similarly, a full catch-up change was not made last time. So this has grown, but in it, and we'll dive into a little bit about why this is growing so much. Your sheriff is sitting 7% below that 105% target. Justice of the peace, literally right on the mark, right at 105%. So you are on target for that. And your treasurer is sitting 2% below. Now, again, this is the one that I always say I have the hardest time with, because the jobs are just so varied across each of the organizations. So I want to go to the assessor detail spreadsheet first.
But hang on, I want to make sure that, especially since we have a new member on the compensation committee, I want to make sure that that we got a good understanding of what happened historically last year. So just and now I need to remember everything. I think for the assessor, the clerk, the sheriff, the justice of the peace, and the treasurer, we recommended 0% increases. The district attorney, there was a minor increase, but I can't remember the number. It was 8 to 10%, I think. And then the commissioners, there was actually, out of the compensation committee, there was a significant pay cut recommended that did not survive the budget committee discussion, and it ended up being 0. Did I get that right?
I'm going to start. Oh, go ahead, Nick. Coming out of the elected official, so this meeting, the second meeting that this committee had last year, the recommendations were no adjustment beyond modifications to the DA and the commissioner salaries. And I'm reiterating, I think what you just said, but just pulling it
Yeah.
off my email. And then when that went to the full budget committee, you are correct that the proposal from this committee to the full budget committee ended up with a modification on the commissioner portion. But I need to go pull, unless Cam or Robert happen to have it, what that actual change was.
I think the commissioner ended up being, it was flat in the end. Because any motions to change any of the salaries failed, because we ran 2 or 3 of them. Something also makes me think, maybe not, but something also makes me think, didn't we take the DA down to 0 because that was part of what rolled into getting the deputy district attorney?
If I'm recalling correctly, there was an increase, but it wasn't to market.
Correct.
Yeah, I know there was not an increase to market, that I remember.
But I do recall that, I think there was some level of
Yeah,
increase, maybe.
I just don't remember that once it got to the budget committee, whether that actually survived and whether that went to 0 to go back and fund the deputy DA.
So my notes that I have, that I sent an email on May 20th to HR, giving them a summary of all of the personnel changes that needed to occur on 7/1. I have that elected officials, the budget committee approved 0% increases for all elected officials.
Okay, so yeah, so the DA raise did not survive because that got rolled into the deputy DA. Phew. Okay, my memory survived for another 6 months. Clean living, I suppose. Okay, Lori, why don't you keep us going if you want to hop to the assessor side.
Will do. Okay.
Oh,
so-
actually, I did have one question on the annual comparison summary.
Yes.
There's a spot on comp analyst, specifically on the assessor. It seems really weird because there's a base pay at 176 and then a total pay at 147.9. And I just didn't understand why the total pay was lower than the base pay in that case.
Let's go look. Oh, because it's pulling in the wrong line item. That's why.
There we
Wow.
go.
The number on the actual assessor spreadsheet is accurate on
Okay.
the recommendations. I'm sorry, on the summary. That 147 should actually be 198,274. Excuse me.
Under the comp analyst one?
Oh, sorry.
Because the 147,946 is there. It's just there's a base pay of 176,214. I'm guessing that, oh, I see. That's just a miscount. It should be 141,710
Yes,
and that's
exactly.
accurate on
Sorry.
the main sheet.
Yes.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
I will correct that and send a corrected set for you all. Okay, so on the assessor, again, the only match we don't have is Economic Research Institute associated with this. There is, it's important to consider the fact that on the average plus 5%, that's the line that is the goal, 105% of market. You're 8% above that. You'll also note that, excuse me, down towards the bottom of the sheet, it says second in command, deputy director assessor. The salary that you see posted there of 182.57, that is the salary that will be in place for that role June 22nd of 2026. So that is yet to be implemented. So again, this is where if you go and look at spreadsheets or if you go and look at your current compensation plan, you're not going to see that number. Excuse me. And that is what's creating this difference between the assessor and the deputy assessor that we are recommending that you address. Again, the target is 15%. To bring it whole, it would be a 17% increase. So we would encourage that you take a look at making movement here.
So what changed from last year? Because last year we didn't see this issue. Did we miss it, or did something new come up?
So
This is,
the,
not to,
sorry.
to kind of pull back to the discussion we had as part of the mid-year presentation, this is an impact of the wage equity project.
Okay.
And that analysis that hadn't been done since 2017 for non-represented staff.
Okay, so
We're
that's
playing 9 years of catch up on that, and it's driving this compression.
okay. So that will be effective June 22nd, 2026, and then is there then an additional anticipated COLA that will be implemented for fiscal 27?
Yes,
Yeah, that's the 2.7%.
So let me make sure I'm parsing this correct. So the 180 is a June 22nd. We will also be expecting a 2.7 that goes on top of that, which is going to add another 3,600. So it's going to be in the 184, 185 range coming in, and that's before we make any changes to the assessor pay as is.
And I'm just confirming with Lori and Susan that the base pay listed for the deputy role does not include any COLA. Okay, and it's pure base pay. So yes, that is correct.
Okay. Are we okay? Do we want to go through everything and then come back and talk about it, or do we want to address it one way or another? What's your recommendation? I can't remember how we did it last year.
Typically, we've had the conversation by position because they don't really have bearing on each other. So, but it's completely the committee's call. I think also with respect to the compression that's existing with the assessor, it's up to you if you want to consider the county COLA, which is known at this point, or consider COLA in their entirety at the point that the full budget committee meets in May. So just kind of throwing that out there as an option for you too. And I see, I'll turn it back.
Yeah. Chrisani, your hand up. Go ahead. You're on mute.
Okay, thank you. So I had a question. Nick Lilac talked about they're going to be doing an internal audit of compensation for the employees and the employee packages. So will that affect the people that we are looking at right now?
Wage equity, is that what she's talking about?
This is the market and wage equity project
Yes.
that I mentioned earlier.
Yes.
Go ahead, Whitney. I'll defer to you.
The impact of that project is the basis for the analysis that's been conducted. So there won't be additional impacts for elected officials. We wanted to make sure that those were brought forward at this time. So the numbers you have before you are reflective of that project and the impact.
Thank you.
And then very specifically on the, 180 and change, we'll just go that way because I can't remember what math I just did in my head. But for the 180 and change, is that specific to the person or is that specific to the position?
Well, yeah, it's a little bit of both because we're factoring the step of the person in the position and it's a range. On the elected official, obviously those positions are not a range, it's just a set.
It's well, and so where we're sitting on here, let's make sure that we've got the picture in front of us. Our current assessor has decided that the retirement career option is better than the elected official career option moving forward. And so, yeah, and while votes are always tricky, the likely person that would be moving into it is the second in command that we're talking about, if I'm correct. So there would then be probably another second in command that would be coming in. The longevity and the step might be different, but effectively the salary is going to be about the same.
Correct. I think we're also looking.
And you can weasel it any way that you want. I know that it's hard to figure it out.
I do believe that we pulled step 7 of the range, and Susan's confirming that for this. So yes, but that's also sort of allowing the committee to look at the full range of compression that may exist and does exist today.
Well, I mean, the first thing is we wouldn't want to try and motivate somebody to run for a position by giving them a pay cut. That's Although that'll come up, I bet, Chrisana. But you know, at least specific to the assessor, we probably don't want to do that. So there is something that needs to be fixed there. I was just trying to figure out whether some of that compression would be alleviated. It sounds like the answer is no.
It's tough to predict.
Yeah, now the future is always fuzzy. You know, future is uncertain. The end is always near. Never mind. I won't be quoting Rockler. Yes, I will. Okay. So let me look at my peers on the compensation committee, and I realize you're brand new at this. So, but your opinion's as valid as any is.
The only question I've
anybody
got
else.
is that part of this is based upon a COLA that's going to be determined in May? Is that what you said?
So the county's COLA is known and
That's 2.7.
correct, but we are going to bring all of our comparable agencies, our peer counties. We will know their COLAs and we will bring that information back to the full budget committee when you meet in May.
Is it going to be different?
We don't know.
They very well could be.
Huh?
We don't know.
So why would we make a decision now? I mean, why not wait until then to determine that?
The upside of having recommendations coming out of the committee today based on this is that we are able to, when we budget for fiscal 27 and go through the budget building process, departments are balancing off of a number that's closer to what it will be.
Gotcha.
In essence, if you have some of these adjustments that are made, especially for certain positions, it'll have some budget impact that we're able to account for through the budgeting process, knowing that COLA is usually a much smaller adjusted number.
Okay.
So if, and I'll throw this out and see what everybody thinks. If we were to propose for any of these positions, let's just propose a COLA. We could, if we were voting today, we could propose something to say 2.7 or the returned COLA from the comparables, whichever is greater. And that at least gives us a number that is on the high end that could come in. And then when it comes to the budget committee might say, no, it's going to be, you know, yeah, it's if the comparables return 4% and the county went, now let's just do 2.7, that could be voted in at that time because that is the final vote.
And Jim, if the committee was open to staff recommendation related to COLA,
We always are.
well, just not wanting to overstep, I think our recommendation would be that you align with the county's COLA because it's going to be consistently applied across the organization. So having one group potentially in a different space sometimes is complicating.
I know that there was some heartburn on that in the past. That was a party conversation as well. Okay. So back to it. What's you know, again, you're looking at this with fresh eyes.
Well, I mean, if there's a reason to do it now, let's do it and let's just bite the bullet and get it over with. And as you say, we can come back and address it at a later date. That's fine with me. I just didn't know what the difference was. And it sounded like you were applying a different COLA to certain persons now versus what's going to happen later on. I didn't want that to happen because it sounds like that runs into problems later on. So,
Dave, sorry to interrupt. Could you just move your microphone in towards the direction that was online? Well, thank you.
Yeah, one of the things that you'll learn about all of these is that these microphones are very directional.
well, this is red and mine's green, and I was wondering about. They're both on okay.
As a guy who likes to lean back, I always get taught. I always get told, speak into the microphone. Anyway,
But everybody catch what I said. I mean, I basically, I'm willing to go. Let's go the 2.7% COLA now, and let's get that known.
Yeah,
and move forward.
Yeah, in the lease. So, Christina, what's your take on this?
Yeah, I like going with the COLA. I think that is appropriate, but I think that as last year, I would like to have a discussion around the commissioner position. Dave didn't have the opportunity to hear our discussion about it last year, and so I'd like to bring that up again. That the commissioner position is unique in that it's an elected official position that is not intended to be a career position. It's intended to be a position of service to the public, and you answer to the public for that each and every election. And the citizens have decided to change the positions from 3 to 5. I do not think that the intent of the public was for us to just absorb that additional cost. The position job does not change by moving it from 3 to 5. The same job exists. And so I would like to move again that we take the 3 positions salary and add those together and divide by 5, because that would mean that we would have the same budgetary restraint for Deschutes County for the new commissioners coming in, and the commissioners that are running will know what the compensation will be. I think that's also very important, that they understand what it is that they are running for.
Yeah, hold that thought, because I'm going to have you pull the string on that doll again when we get to the commissioner discussion.
Okay.
But let's focus on the assessor and try and go through these one at a time. So we could do a COLA adjustment to the assessor, but that actually doesn't fix our problem, because right now the deputy assessor, and again, I don't have the math totally in my head, but it's in the 184 range. Started, in the July 1st when the COLA gets implemented. So we would probably, again, if we want to avoid compression, we would have to do a significant change. If we want to just get it above the second, so that we're not enforcing pay cuts if people look for promotional opportunities, we'd have to look and see what that number is. And I'm happy to have someone throw out a number, any of us, as a discussion for the compensation committee to consider. I can pull up my own calculator too. Google never lies.
What if we went at a 5% increase over the deputy? What would that get us to?
That gets us to at least, I didn't enter all the numbers, but that's in the range of about 185, a little less than that, which gets us above the 184, but not significantly above the 184. Although,
Now applying.
well, now, yeah, now we're looking at annual at base pay, but we also want to figure out where that goes from a total longevity pay as well. There is the 401, 457 contribution that the assessor also gets, that it appears the deputy assessor does not get. Did I get that right?
Correct.
Longevity pay is longevity pay. That's based on the person in the position. So that would travel with the person, not the position. So 5% would get us slightly above, and then there's the additional 3%. 401, 457 contribution. So that does, at least from a TCOM perspective, get it up to probably about, yeah.
I'll just offer, there are some other benefits though that elected officials don't receive that.
Well, yeah, and this is, I want to make sure that we're having this discussion with all of them.
For example, like time management leave accrual, employees can sell back, and so that can, so it's, the 3% for deferred compensation is legitimate. That's a real compensation, but there may be other compensatory benefits that other employees have that aren't reflected here. So it's probably best to stay focused on the base pay for that reason. But I would certainly defer to. Oh, I see her; she's shaking her head yes. I just
okay,
offer that for your consideration as well.
So 5% puts us slightly above water. That, I mean,
Why don't I just go to 185 and why don't I go ahead and cut it to that level, and that gets you 4,000 to 5,000 above the deputy.
well, the deputy starting July 1 is going to be in the 184 range.
Well, whatever the COLA is on that, on the 185, so it'd be about 189.
Yeah, because they'll receive the COLA as well.
That's 189.
Well, actually, I want to verify that. So elected officials do not automatically get the COLA. We actually have to vote the COLA. So what we would probably have to do, and again, I'm open to options, but what we would probably have to do would be vote an X% raise, and with the addition of the county 2.7% COLA, proposed COLA for the position.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
So you go 185 plus 2.7 takes you about 189 or so.
So your proposal, not to put words in your mouth, but I will. Your proposal is a 5% raise and an additional 2.7% COLA for the position for fiscal 27.
Well, 5% raise isn't going to get you. You're going to have to take his salary, which is 176,000 now, and take it up to 185, and then add the COLA to that. And that'll get you to 189 plus some change. And that'll give you your cushion and your, take care of all that.
I did that wrong.
So I think the 176,214 plus 7.7% is the 189 that you're trying to get to. So it would be 5%
Okay.
plus the 2.7 COLA.
All right.
And that's for the assessor.
Yeah, Lori, go ahead.
So I'm just going to suggest a mathematical equation here make sure that you're all on the same page about what you want to do. If your deputy assessor, so I'm focusing on the number that's 182.57, is getting a 2.7% COLA, supposedly, that number is now 185,124.33. Then if I heard the potential recommendation correctly, we want to be at least 5% above that for your assessor. So if I take 185,124.33 and I add 5%, that takes us to 194,380.54. And then I would add your 2.7% COLA. So I'd do the increase, then the COLA, which is the most typical path, okay? Which would end up with your assessor at 199,628.82.
So say that percentage again, because it wasn't 5. What was it?
5% is what I added on top of the COLA increased deputy.
Taking the 10.
That's a 10.
Then I added the COLA after that increase.
The deputy times the 2.7, and then taking the 5% on top of that, and then giving the COLA on top of that.
So are you saying that the deputy currently makes 185, 194.33?
They will,
No, but
as of
on
June.
July, at the start of fiscal 27, their salary will be 185, 124.33. So I thought we had to do the percentage raise off of the assessor salary, not the deputy director salary, deputy assessor salary. That's where I'm struggling. I'm with you on the number, Lori. I'm just trying to figure out how to get there from the assessor salary standpoint.
So then the question would be, if the number she mentioned, 199, 628, whatever, what percentage of that is that an increase over the current base pay?
It's 10.31% and then add an additional 2.7.
And see, here's the problem. If you look at the comparables, they're dramatically less with a much higher population.
That's too high, I think, too.
Yeah, committee
I think
members,
what I
if
was
you look.
proposing was a salary of $185,000 right now. And then add the COLA to that of 2.7. And I think that takes you to around 190, 191, which seems more in line with what we're trying to do internally. May not fit as tightly as you'd like with the comparables, but it gets our salary in that range that we're trying to fit.
Divided by.
Which would be the 5%, and then it would be the COLA when it comes due.
Well, I think the 5%, we can't be focused on that because that's going to take you back up to 199,000 and that's not right. I
Okay.
think what you need to do is work with your COLA, take your salary at 185,000 and add the COLA to that.
No, it's,
Got it.
that is 5%. 5% takes you to 185.
Okay, and then 2% should be another $6,000 on top of that.
So again, I'm trying to work ourselves to a motion here. Because then we can entertain a motion. So the motion would be to adjust the assessor base salary by 5% plus the county COLA of 2.7%. As base compensation for fiscal year 27.
Right, and that takes you to 191.
Yeah,
Second.
roughly 190.20 is what I'm calculating.
I saw a hand up in the peanut gallery.
Well, you outlined that if we're looking at, they have deputy, if she gets the job, take that.
I can summarize it.
There's information that is a little misleading on this, and happy to go over something.
To the
That audio is not being picked up.
The
So
assessor
could
was
you
saying
repeat?
that there's potentially some data that is not in here. Is it okay if he steps up to the mic and gives us that data?
That's exactly what I was going to suggest. It's at the discretion of the chair, and then if so, let's just have it on the record.
So, yeah, at the discretion of the chair, county assessor, please step up and identify yourself and deliver us some data. Lay it on me.
I'll bring a calculator next time.
I also brought Tana with me, that she can better explain it as well. Some of the comparables too, I'll just make clear too, like the Marion County assessor I talked to, and there's 24 days of sellback that he gets. So there's an additional 24 days of pay that's not in here. I'm not sure about the other comps. So when you're looking at those comps, they're not exactly apples to apples either.
They never are. You try and get as close as you can.
Well, but that's pretty significant when it's about a $16,000 addition that's not included here. So,
Okay.
but do you want to explain the whole, where you're at, the compression, everything else on the way that works? Because Nick touched a little bit on that sellback, but I don't think that necessarily is included.
Sure. So Scott gets his 3% deferred comp every year. All county employees, all non-represented county employees can sell back 80 hours, which is 3.4% of my salary. And then your final 3 years, you can sell back 280 hours, which is 13.5% of my salary. So if I stayed in my current position over the next 4 years, or if I took this elected position with the recommendation of the 15%, I would break even. So this is a pay cut for me, and in total compensation from the amount that I will be compensated in my current position to the amount that I would be stepping into. And I'm my motivation is for the office. I'm hoping to break even. I wouldn't do it for a substantial pay cut because it would be a substantial pay cut. And so that's something I'll have to struggle with. My whole goal is to continue to lead the office in the direction that we've been going, accomplish all the goals that we have set in place. But I also have to be financially responsible to myself and my pension long-term after I retire. So I know how much I'm going to make now, and I this position typically gets a cost of living where the assessor position may or may not. So, I kind of know what my financial security is in my current position. So to step out and know that I wouldn't even be paid, similar to a department head, that I would be valued at a different level. I know what my value is now from the county. And so it would be great if I was continued to be valued rather than not. So it's just something to take into consideration that I do have this other income that's available to me and that I take advantage of every year, and that my, so I just thought I would.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
The buyback, it's been a while since I've had to deal with this, but that's just time off, that's vacation time, stuff like that, that you choose not to take?
Right.
Okay. And you cash it out at the end of the year. Is that basically what you're doing? But, and you're making that decision to do that?
Yes, I've done that consistently through my whole tenure here of 25
Okay.
years, and I will continue to do so.
Okay, so
Just a little addition to that, I think you'll find that true of most people in management, because the county has a pretty generous time leave management program.
Which goes away.
These positions are more than 40-hour-a-week jobs, so it makes it difficult to accomplish the job and take all the time off you possibly could. It makes you a part-time employee. So kind of along what Ten is saying too, that, you know, this is elected, yes, but it's along the lines of a department director. And if you look at the class and comp study on where department directors are of equivalent staffing and everything else, it seems appropriate that there'd be parity to that as well, which hasn't been the case. And depending where you go with this, might not be the case as well. What would keep town equal, not making more, would be treating her equal to a department head if she's successful in the election.
do you get vacation time?
No, I do not.
You do not? Okay. So that's a big difference between the two positions.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, and that's where Lori was saying earlier that it makes sense to look at the base pay, but that's why, but you know, to some degree, we also need to understand the total compensation. Lori, I don't know if you have comment after the input here or not.
Yeah, I appreciate the statements, and that is exactly why looking at the full benefit summary across all the entities is important. But as you've already pointed out, a buyback program is at the option of the person. And so that will not be uniform across there's an opportunity to sell back, but it is not guaranteed compensation. They could also take the time. So we do need to do that analysis. And again, as I said, we're working on that. I think looking at staying focused on your base pay for right now is the only thing you have concrete evidence on. So I would recommend that you stay looking at base pay. And when that benefit summary comes forward, if you see significant differences that would want you to alter, that would lead you to altering your proposals, I would do that at that time based on that equal evidence from all comparators.
And we will have that by the May meeting.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you for your input.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I just, yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know who else is listening online. If we suddenly see a bunch of other elected officials running down, we'll know. And if there are a bunch of other elected officials doing this, you guys need better hobbies. So right now, at least the conversation that we have is at 5% plus the 2.7%. And again, nobody's made a motion yet. Would we want to talk about an adjustment based on what we're hearing, or would we want to make that? Or I'm going to entertain any motion, but let's do a little bit of discussion if we need to beforehand. So Dave, Christina, any?
I agree
feeling?
with Dave. I think we should go with the 5%, which is the 185, 124.33. It's a little more than the 185. But do the 5% for the assessor, and they will receive the 2.7 COLA.
Okay, so the motion would be a 5% increase and an additional 2.7% COLA per county COLA guidelines. So at this point, I would entertain a motion on the county assesses, county.
She made that motion.
Well, you'd have to say so moved.
I'll say so moved.
Now I need a second.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Was somebody writing that down? Okay, good.
People.
Did you all write the same thing down? All right, there is a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, I will call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right, that is 3 ayes, and so we're at 5% plus the 2.7% COLA. And I will note that all of these discussions will be pending additional data that we will receive prior to the Budget Committee meeting, prior to or at the Budget Committee meeting. I always think this is going to go quick. Why do I do that? All right, let's go to County Clerk. Lori, anything that you'd like to note about the County Clerk matrix here?
There's nothing special on this one, other than to say you are still in alignment. You are exceeding your target by 2%.
Okay. I'm going to note that we were kind of a hanging panel last year, giving everybody a 0. Elected official or not elected official, and however much they want to do. And Chrisana, I'm aware that you'll pull the string on the doll here in a minute. I don't want to, my personal preference is not to continually say, thanks for all the hard work. Here's another 0. So I would be inclined to at least offer COLA for the clerk. But I've got 2 other people on the panel, so I'm interested in your opinions.
Well, from my standpoint, he's gotten the COLA. Has for a couple of years, it looks like. And I'm not sure I support that position.
Fair enough. Chrisana?
Yeah, I agree. I think that we should keep it at 0 at this point.
I would entertain a motion from the committee.
I'll motion that we keep his salary the same with no COLA.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, I will call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 And I will count myself as opposed, but the motion passes. We're all one big happy family.
Gonna be here.
Okay, commissioners, time for you, Chrisana.
Well, I've made my point in advance. Sorry, jumped the gun. So I didn't know if Dave had any additional questions on my analysis or why I am making the motion. But I have made my motion, and so I'll need a second on my motion. But I can certainly have a discussion as well.
If we were to do what you said, we're going to take the 130,000, multiply that times 3 and divide by 5. What does that give us?
I was going to say we did this last year.
Yeah, we did. We did
$94 per position for base pay.
That seems pretty low to me, especially when you compare it to the other, our comparables. That seems too low to me. If anything, you could make it the same as Lane and probably be justified in setting it at 115,000 with the justifications that you've outlined. That we're going from a 3 to a 5 person commission, and supposedly your level of work is going to go down. So you could make a pretty strong argument that setting the new salary rate at 115,000, but it's $78,000, man. That seems like a pretty big reduction in pay. Just my comments.
Well, and I understand that and agree, but I think it is a big reduction. Agreeing that it is a big reduction, but I also feel that this is not a position that is intended to be one that you sit in. It is a position of service. It is not a career position. It's a position of service. I can understand though that it might be a bit of a jarring hit to go that low. Lane County is the one county that, well, actually it's Marion County's closer, but Lane County has 5 commissioners. So that would be a little bit more aligned. Marion has 3. So I'd be open to the 115. How do you feel, Jim?
I was actually going to first ask Lori if she had any input. I should have done that before we started in on it. So I don't know if you've got any input that you'd like to provide, Lori.
I just more of a question. Has there been a discussion or has it been part of the county's suggested election materials to discuss a reduction in the responsibility associated with each of these commissioners expanding from 3 to 5?
No.
I don't think any of that is shaken out yet. So just to clarify the note, no, there has not been discussion on what the roles and responsibilities are going to be.
Correct.
Okay.
There's an acknowledgement that they each serve on 10 to 15 committees, and those 10 to 15 committees will be spread across 5 commissioners, but the meetings, the legislative activities, the community, it's fully expected to be a full-time county commission position.
Yeah.
So their level of work is roughly going to be the same.
Well, no, because the committees would be spread out. So you would have the committee assignments would be delineated from assigned to 3 people, it would be assigned to 5 people. The meetings would be the same, but the committee responsibilities would be diminished from assigning to 3 to 5 different people.
I'm not gonna argue about what the nature of the job is really going to be dependent on the commissioners, and they haven't had that discussion of does anything change. So I mean it's really for you to decide. I'm not gonna.
That's a discussion that will not likely happen until the 5 commissioner panel is entirely sworn in. I mean, so at this point, we're at the magic 8-ball reply hazy yes later. So we have to make a decision in the, on the basis, we're making the decision on the basis of the data we have. As we are told, we will get some additional data before or during the budget committee meeting. And at least in this case, there is then additional data that will be coming in the middle of the year. So we'll have to go on our particular quest on our own here. Now, from a Robert's Rules perspective, there is a motion on the table without a second. Is there a second to the existing motion of 78094?
I don't think anybody made a motion.
She actually
did.
make a motion earlier. So there is a motion on the table. Is there a second on the 78094? If there's no second, then the motion would die.
I have further discussion.
Okay, so I am not hearing a second. So the motion the motion's not up for consideration. Are there any other motions that anybody would like to make in terms of commissioner salary?
Can I make a decision to talk about it?
Sure, if you'd like to talk about it before we make a motion, go ahead.
Okay. Maybe this is uncomfortable, but there's a decision that has to be made by the 3 commissioners as to whether or not we go to this from 3 to 5. Is that still yet to be made?
No, it's a vote.
It's a vote, and it is going to be 5. It was decided by the.
There is a vote that has gone to 5. There is another vote that determines how that representation is done, which may or may not pass. But there will be 5 commissioners starting January 1, 2027.
Okay, all right. So that takes that discussion away, because what I didn't want to do is influence the way people vote, the commissioners voted, but that's been taken out of our hands. So it may influence how people vote for it, but that's what we're here for.
My observation last year was because we a motion similar to what Chrisana proposed actually did pass out of this committee last year. And my observation in that was that would change the calculus of people who were potentially filing for commissioner to run this year. That observation is probably still there, but so that observation is still there, period.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up, because I think it is only fair that people who are running for a position know what the compensation will be.
Yeah, there was another, I mean, in terms of the discussion, there was the 114 number got bandied about as well from a lane perspective. And I'm not totally against that. Last year I was up for 0. This year I was probably also up for 0 until we see what the shakeout is. But that implies that there could be a significant push that we would then do this time next year or soon after with another executive compensation committee, or elected official compensation committee, but we'd be doing it with data. But again, I would entertain any motion that anybody would like to put forward.
Looks like Lori has her hand up.
Lori, go ahead.
Just as a point of additional information, I think Chrisanna, you mentioned that Lane has 5 county commissioners. So does Clackamas, if that's helpful in adding information.
Yeah, and Clackamas also has 427,000 people, and we have 214.
Do we know the employees in Clackamas versus the employees in Deschutes versus Lane?
I don't, but I'm in a ballpark, it's double.
Okay.
Maybe that's probably not far off that. It is also interesting to look at the deferred comp on the right side for.
Yeah, but we weren't supposed to consider that. I grinned when I said that. Never mind. I'm having fun.
I just think that we see our different department heads coming forward and saying, you know, we're cutting here, we're cutting here, we're cutting here. We're working really hard to work within the budget. The budget's getting tight. And so by increasing our numbers from 3 to 5, if we do not make a change, and I think it should be a significant change, all we are doing is pushing the ball forward on our departments and on the citizens and making it more and more difficult when we come budget time.
And this does come back to a comment I made in the prior meeting on because when you really look at the office of the commissioners, that's funded, I believe, entirely through ISF, correct?
Yeah.
So, I mean, any significant increase in the office of the commissioner is going to result in increased ISFs. Now, that gets peanut buttered across a lot of organizations, but it is a hit. I mean, we can acknowledge that.
Well, and I also think that, you know, when we are talking about compensation, that is why I brought it up first last year and then this year. I think that we are being fair and honest in that if you want to run for an elected position and you want to be of service, that you know what your compensation will be. And I think that in our discussion, I brought up, which of course our population is less, but the job, as you point out, is still 24/7. For the mayor of Redmond is $200 a month, and sorry, $300 a month, and for a counselor, $200 a month. So with each elected position, there is a compensation. Sometimes there is no compensation, but it is only fair that they know what that compensation will be. And of course, this committee then discusses. But I am still of the very strong belief that this should not be a position of a career, but it should be a position of service.
It's always useful to cling tightly to beliefs.
I know.
I'm a big supporter of it. I know, I am. So I'm still open for any motion or proposal.
I'll make the motion to keep the annual salary the same with no adjustment.
So that's at the 130,158. So 0%.
0%.
Is there a second? I will actually second that. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, I will call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so motion does pass. We are at 131,508.
No, no adjustment.
Yes, no adjustment. District Attorney. Okay, this time, Lori, I won't forget you. So any opinions or anything that you'd like to say on this?
I think probably the number one thing is just the reminder that funding for this position is always unique. The state contributes a portion of it. The county provides then a stipend, which is how we get to the total base pay. You are seeing that the current state stipend is $179,678. I want you to also look at the bottom of the sheet there, that on January 1st of 2027, a 4% increase will be applied to that state portion of the salary, which will be middle of your budget year. So 186,866 is what that's moving to. So just know that that's down there, and that another 4% move is going to happen. Your comparator counties are receiving those same dollars. You are all tier 1 counties, and that's how it's the size of your population is how we determine which tier 1 or tier 2 gets applied. So you were lagging last time. It didn't get better magically on its own. So the consideration is up to 17%, knowing that 6 months later, that whatever position you're in will lag again by 4%.
No. Go ahead, Nat. So when you say 17%, you mean 17% of the total base pay, not 17% of the county stipend?
I mean, of the total base pay, you are correct. So it's more than 17% when you're talking about your county stipend.
Yeah, so that's a big old number.
And Lori, could you clarify for the committee if the 17% adjustment that is noted in the materials is reflective of the 4% increase that's anticipated on the state contribution or not?
It is not. This is where the rate will be on June 30th. And because this is a recommendation typically for July 1st for you guys, we did not include that last 4%.
Thank you.
Should have become an attorney.
My dad wanted to be an attorney, and he took a look at what, never mind. And he let's just say he recommended I be an engineer. So what we're looking, and this comes into, like I said, last year we recommended a increase, and it was a pretty significant increase. It was a 14 or 15%, I think, on our side, which was about a 7 or 8% total increase. That in the end got removed and went to zero because that got rolled into the additional deputy DA to try and make those numbers work. So I guess, Lori, let me ask a question, especially on the ERI, the general counsel versus the comp analyst, because those numbers are significantly different. But the ERI pulls the rest of the numbers down. What's the delta in the compensation analysis that makes them so different?
It's two different survey sources, and comp analyst traditionally has participation of higher end organizations, frankly. But this is data that's cut down to relative by budget, relative by staff numbers, relative to Deschutes County. So the combination of those two numbers is an accurate reflection of the market in its totality. I would not get too focused on one or the other. And because the number that's being put together is a simple average of all, they are all carrying equal weight with the counties.
I mean, and even if you took an average of the two of those, it'd be close to 300,000, which is closer to Clackamas than it is to Lane Marion or ourselves. I'm open to, Chrisana or Dave, I'm open to suggestions or opinions.
Well,
I mean, this is a tough one. Well, we wrestle with all of these, obviously, but we wrestle with these as we go.
it's like you want to take the average of Marion and Lane and then average that with Clackamas. And I mean, they get you around 270, which is close to what I think you're recommending here with the 5% average. Is that right?
Well, the recommendation is up to 17% for the district attorney. And remember, that's 17% of the total, which we end up pulling a significant amount more of that because of the at 270, that would basically be adding 25,000. So we would go from 64,000 to 7484, 90,000 approximately. So that's a 30% raise from Deschutes County perspective. I mean, you know, and I appreciate that the state stepped up a whole whopping 4%. You know, this burden's getting pushed back on the counties more and more as it goes. So look at it from what I'm going to say is for the two or for the three of us, let's look at it from right now, Deschutes County is paying 64,737. What would we want the Deschutes County contribution to look like? And then the state's the state, and that gets carried across all the regions. So the simple answer is, I don't know that there's an appetite to get to where the comps tell us we need to be. So having decided not to eat the whale, what elephant do we want to pursue? If that analogy held, I'm not sure.
Well, the state is doing the 4%. We could match that.
What do you think?
Yeah, I'm still looking at, you know, the 5%. You know, 4% works for me too.
Would we then also, is it 4% flat or is it 4% plus the 2.7% COLA?
I'd say plus the 2.7%. That would be my motion.
All right, so I just heard you make a motion
Yeah,
that
so I move that we do a 4% county adjustment and a 2.7% COLA.
I second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, I will call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right, motion passes.
This is a FYI, that calculation should be about 69,144.
Okay, so that would
4% plus the 2.7.
So it pushes it up about 5,000. So that gets him in the range of 250. All right, we are at sheriff. So right now so a few years back there was a significant increase to I'm trying to remember my history. A few years back there was a significant increase to the sheriff pay, but that was also in a year where we significantly increased pretty much everybody's pay. But I seem to recall it went up about 8 or 9%. Last year it was a 0, and part of the reasoning on that was that we would have a new sheriff in place. And there was an expectation that, one of the two sheriff's candidates, one was a captain and one was a sergeant. So it was so the sheriff's pay as is was a significant increase. Right now we have a sheriff in play, a very good sheriff in place. I'm gonna speculate that he probably took a pay cut when he went from lieutenant to captain because he didn't get overtime anymore. But again, we're considering base pay. But then moving from captain to sheriff, because we see the captain right now as the top step 7 would be a 135.8. So a 211 still is a pretty significant salary bump in addition to some of the bonuses.
Jim, just looking at that in this instance for captain, you're seeing the range that min pay and max pay.
Oh, sorry, wrong one. 182. Thank you. Whew, I was like 135. They should pay more than that. Although don't pay 135 as a minimum more than into the budget because they'll say, never mind. Different meeting. All right, so we're talking, I'm sorry, 182 to the 211 would be our would be what we're looking at. There are some now. What's interesting in here, I know there is no undersheriff, but in this current year, there was an undersheriff that was employed. So I'm wondering why we are considering the second in command as captain pay rather than the undersheriff pay.
Because we don't have the sheriff FTE filled at the moment, so we're showing the comparison.
But we did during this fiscal year.
Can you remind me though? I thought that the undersheriff was actually paid the same as the captain, but what we did was we did a 5% lead pay on captain. So
I'd have to go back and look.
I'm not recalling that there's actually another.
There might not be.
I'm not recalling. I just.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're truly doing apples to apples here. But it could be in the range of about 5%. So that's another 9. So that's the max pay would be in the 190 range. So 190 to 211 is still a pretty significant thing. And again, I'm just aware of the fact that there are some things that the department gets that the sheriff doesn't get, like for instance, the ORPAT bonus, which is 3%. So again, that's a total compensation versus base compensation. Lori, any comments that you'd want to make on sheriff?
No, the shift in this, while yes, was lagging a bit last year, Marion County did a fairly significant increase this last year with their elected official in the sheriff position, which is what's the primary driver to why you're at 7% below your target this time. But no other comments, no other special notices for this one.
Well, yeah, Marion made a significant increase, but they're still below where we are, it looks like.
Yeah.
Follow under sheriff.
Sure.
So the undersheriff is 27 and captain is 26 or 26, so they're just below.
Say that again. I'm not sure I grokked that.
So undersheriff is above the captain, but only by 1 pay grade, so about a 5% difference.
I get it. Okay. So it's basically, so it is close to the 190 range. Okay. Well, we're laying out the data, opinions, Christina, Dave.
I think we ought to go with the 5% increase and take his salary to 225
And is that 5% and an additional 2.7%?
plus the 2.7% COLA. That's my motion.
Christina, what's your
I
take?
agree. I second.
All right, so the motion was 5% plus a 2.7% COLA. It's been motioned and seconded. Is there any further discussion? If not, I will call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? No. Motion passes.
For the record, looks like it brings it to 227, 564, 93. That much.
Which I'm gonna, and I know we're not doing comparables in the region, but that's still probably well under Ben Chief. But significantly above Sun River Chief, for instance. I'm not sure where Redmond falls in. All right, we're to Justice of the Peace. Justice of the Peace, this is reflecting a full-time salary currently the justice of the peace is a 0.6, right? Yeah, 0.6 FTE. The actual salary is 60% of that, correct? Lori, any additional comments on justice of the peace that we'd want to consider?
No additional comments.
All right, and I think the recommendation was that he's currently right around where he should be from a compensation perspective. So, opinions?
I don't think adjustment's warranted at this point, outside of a COLA.
Agreed.
Okay, so no adjustment or a COLA?
My recommendation is no adjustment in the salary other than the 2.7% COLA.
So the motion is for a 2.7% COLA adjustment to the salary.
That's right, yeah.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
For the record, that brings it to 143,920.
Okay. And we are on to,
Full salary
oh,
again, because he is 0.6.
yes.
Yes, thank you.
We're on the treasurer.
We are on treasurer. I was going to make a treasurer joke, but he already left. I was going to say, of course, the treasurer is difficult, but I got your back, Bill. So this gets even more arcane. So we have a very competent CFO in the county. Thank you, Robert, for all the hard work that you do. When Robert took over as CFO, he was not eligible to be the treasurer, and I think that was based on your time lived in the county, which is that, time of residency. I don't know how this goes now that you have the residency requirements. Does it revert back to the CFO or does it remain an elected position?
You want me to say it since you're a candidate? Sure. It does remain an elected position. What we've traditionally done prior to Robert's, we are hiring Robert as the CFO, did also run as treasurer, and we provided, I think it was either $5,000 or a 5% increase on that.
To the CFO salary, yeah.
To reflect those additional responsibilities. When we didn't have that occur and we have a new treasurer now elected, that's when this decision was made for a 0.5 FTE with a separate compensation. It may have been on the salary schedule at the time. I think it probably was, but and now Whitney is going to enlighten us.
No, I'm going to add to what you said. I think our intent of the of one option the committee could consider today is that we would have both options available to us dependent on the outcome of the election. So if we had a CFO who was elected treasurer, we would likely follow past practice and could do that outside of this recommendation. This recommendation is based on the second model, which Jim described, which is to have, if there were to be an outcome of an election, which was someone is elected to the position that is not the CFO, I think this recommendation would carry forward. So in preparing the comps, acknowledging that we are likely to have a situation where either option is possible, we're trying to give the committee the information to reflect the current model, not the prior. Does that make it more clear or less clear, Jim?
We'll go clear as fog, better than mud. Is that a decision of the committee or is that a decision of the budget committee, or is that a decision that's kind of out of our hands based on the election?
That is something.
Well, we recommend that we have an established compensation for either outcome.
Okay, so why don't what I would, I like that. What I would propose is that we are considering right now the compensation of a 0.5 FTE full-time treasurer, which at a 1.0 equivalent right now is at 169.58. So let's discuss what we have in front of us. as we get clarity, because we won't have clarity by the time the budget committee's done anyway.
You know, it's a good question because I think the budget committee meets
I think we,
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of election, or no, it's maybe the week.
I think we meet the week
election.
before the
You're right.
election.
Last year would have been, but this year we won't have clarity.
Yeah. So let's just consider let's consider the 1.0 equivalent salary, knowing that it's a 0.5 FTE at this point. So right now the proposal was up to 2%. And Lori, is that 2% and then a COLA, or would the COLA cover the 2%?
COLA would cover your 2%. There's no COLA consideration in the numbers you're looking at
Okay.
here. So also, I would just say, when you say would COLA cover it, yes, if no one else gives one. And that is
good point.
unlikely to be the truth.
That's true. We're the harsh county. All right. I'm happy to consider opinions. Dave, Chrisana.
You first, Chrisana.
Okay. I mean, it seems to me that I am fine with doing either no change in it or 2% change. I'm kind of on the fence on that. I'm open to hearing argumentation on both.
I'll say my note says 0. We need to see what happens with the vote.
I agree with that.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
All right. So is there a motion?
I move that we give fiscal year 27 adjustment recommendation 0% for the treasurer position.
I second that.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, I will call for the vote. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? No. Motion passes.
And Chair, I'll just correct myself for the record that if the CFO also serves as the treasurer, it's a 10% increase of the CFO salary. I was mistaken. I thought it was 5%.
And we'll clarify with legal what the best procedural steps are for us for this one, given where we'll be in May when we come back to the full budget committee. So we'll have that prepared and maybe touch base with the chair prior to that meeting on that.
So that goes through all of the procedural things that we were going to do, or at least from a salary standpoint. One, does that give you enough clarity to be able to start to pull together the budget? That's the goal of this. Yeah, we're not just here for our entertainment, although I'm pretty entertained. Yes, I know I'm weird. Any additional comments or any additional, well, first, any additional comments from the members of the committee?
Good process. Like it.
Yeah. Chrisana, anything?
Nope.
All right. Any additional business to come before this committee? Yes, sir.
Chair, I just want to say thank you for meeting early in this process because it does two things that we've heard about this morning. Number one is it informs the budget. Maybe not perfectly, but darn close. And number two, it does establish what the salaries may be for those considering running for office. So unlike in prior years when during budget committee week, and of course last year we moved it up. So I just want to thank you all for your time, for your service, and for being willing to make some of these at least preliminary recommendations, if not pretty close to final.
And I imagine I do speak for my two fellows or two peers to say that we consider this an honor and a privilege to be able to do this. And so anything that we can do to assist the county and simultaneously represent the taxpayers is important for us, and we take it seriously.
Agree 100%.
All right. 10 minutes later than we were all hoping, but we got started 20 minutes late, so we'll consider it a win. Go shovel some sunshine, Chrisana.
Yeah, it's 80.
Motion to close.
Yeah, I don't think we need a motion to adjourn. I think
know.
we can just adjourn, right? All right.
Thank you.
This will adjourn the elected official compensation committee and the mid-year budget committee meeting. And so I will adjourn and say thank you for all who were watching.
Thank you.